Xenogears time! Yay! Yay, we're gonna play Xenogears. Let's look at my notes. Last time on Xenogears, we did manage to sneak into the castle, and we rescued Margie, and we made it back to our ship okay. Although it turns out that one of the bad guys seems to know us, so that's always concerning. They also he called himself worthless, thinking about who we might be, so I don't know. There's some interesting stuff there that I'm sure we'll learn about in the future. For now, though, we're back on our ship. Margie put a stuffed animal in the way of the bridge, so I wrote down on my notes that we need to talk to her about the stuffed animal to move it. That's what I have last. I actually have 2 notebooks because I lost one of them and then I found it. So now I have 2 separate notebooks that both have notes for Xenogears. That's my life. Let's play Xenogears. Load! Ba-ding! WWE also bought out ECW. Ironically, they had an agreement that the WWF could continue to be it despite the World Wildlife Foundation until they had an actual international presence. Oh, the event that triggered the restart of the lawsuit was them putting up their first website? I'm gonna need an Excel spreadsheet. Probably. You're probably right. But you know what? We'll see how the notebooks go. I can always buy more. Oh, to think that Marguerite's now returned. Come to think of it, this is the 2nd time we've had to flee from the royal capital. It seems an awful long time ago. That night that I took them with me to escape. Yeah, and on top of that, he was bold enough to steal this ship along the way. You know, this used to be the kingdom's flagship? Oh my god, Mason's a badass. Yes, it was all Sigurd's doing. So courageous of him, even at such a young age. Anyway, this Yggdrasil can be considered as a keepsake of the late king for the young master. It kind of feels like you're stuck to me for life. Even though you used to be my personal knight, right? Now I'm just a kid pirate. But eventually you will become a proud lord. I gotta hurry up and grow up or I'll never be proud of myself. And I won't be able to win against him. Ah, of course Bart's after revenge. That makes sense. Oh, so hi, Warmonger. Yeah, this did come out around the same time as FF7. And at one point, it was actually proposed to be 7. But, yeah, from what I had heard, it was considered a bit too dark for a Final Fantasy game. So they just sort of branched it into its own small project. And now we have Xenogears as it is. I hope you're not too taken back. Lately, there are far too many highly energetic lads around the young master. Did you just call me a barbarian? I think this guy just called us a barbarian. So, yours truly, who is in charge of education, demanded to have this room created. And because of that, I ended up having to take a side job. How may I be of service? Yes, I demanded this room be built for education, and now I am forced to sell items and weapons. Sure, I will see what this one does. Oh, I also might want to buy some more items, actually. I hope I can be of such service again. Yes, please. I'd like to buy some items. Yeah, don't know. There's plenty of stuff in Final Fantasy that's, dark. Oh no, I guess we will find out together, Warmonger, because this is a first ever blind playthrough of the game. I know diddly squat about it, and that's the way I like it. Hi, Photosozo. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying it so far. How are you today? Welcome. Let's see. Okay, good. I always forget it does actually list these out. So I'm gonna buy some Aquasol S. Get one of those again. I'm actually just gonna... I'm not gonna worry about the stars right now. Okay, I have a question. Hey, chat. So they sell Omega Souls for 50. Can you only use Omega Souls outside of combat? Is that why they're so cheap? Yeah, you can get Xenogears on PSN for like 10 bucks. And I highly recommend that route because the physical copy is not cheap. The only reason why I'm playing the physical copy is that a friend gave me his copy. Okay, they can only be used out of combat. That's kind of what I figured. Thank you. That answers my question exactly. I'm gonna buy some though.
Hoi, I dropped in cause I haven't been able to get on, so take my sub D.
Thanks! Thank you for resubbing for 22 months! Welcome back. I appreciate that. I hope you've been doing well. It's really good to see ya. Yeah, remember Crystal Chronicles where the whole world is literally covered in death that you can't set foot in without slowly dying? Remember how you have to have a magic, life-giving lamp to go anywhere in Crystal Chronicles? Yeah, totally not super crazy dark or anything. Of course not. Oh yeah, Grimdark was very big in the PlayStation 1 era of JRPGs for sure. I mean, Legend of Dragoon was that way, FF7 was that way. 8's got some, I don't know, edgelordiness a little. 9, not as much. 9 was a little more lighthearted. There's a bunch of PS1 RPGs I haven't played, too. Hi, Bunrocky. So, okay. We've had people ask about that, so don't say sorry. It is an offshoot. I've been asking people to not really go into detail about how they're related because I have yet to play any of the other Xeno games, and I want to stay blind to them. But basically, it's like sort of set in the same world, like offshooty, but it's not like how if you play Final Fantasy 13 and then 13-2 is a direct sequel. Like, none of them are direct sequels. I don't know, this is probably good. I'm gonna buy a couple of those. Alright, we're just gonna end up spending most of our money, but that's fine. I'd rather spend our money and have items than not. Especially since I kinda used all of our out-of-combat stuff. Alright, let's go looking for that stuffed animal. Well, rather, we know where the stuffed animal is. We need to go talk to Margie about removing it. AOG Talent TV. Hi, Talent. How are you? So yeah, it was here. I think we did go this way. I think my favorite Final Fantasy antagonist, it's actually kind of a tie between Kefka and Arden. You're good? You got some coffee? Nice. You've been watching Mandalorian, but you're not sure? Oh, yeah, I think I saw you guys talking about that on Discord some. I don't know. I don't know much about it. So I might have to sneeze. I keep feeling like I have to sneeze, but not quite sneezing. Yeah, there's random encounters, but you can run from them. You know, if you don't like random encounters, Rocky, I don't know, have you played Chrono Trigger? Also, if you hate random encounters, but you still want to play a Final Fantasy, I would highly recommend getting a hold of the remastered versions, or like the Nintendo Switch / PC versions. Like Final Fantasy VII on the Switch, and PS4, and also PC through Steam, you can actually turn those off. So if you want to like grind up for a bit and then you're tired of them, you can just turn them off. Turn them back on when you want to grind for XP. It's really nice. I've never really minded the random encounters myself, but I do really like the fact that they've added quality of life things like that for people that's always been like a block for them to enjoy the story. Oh, you have played Chrono Trigger, you loved it. Yeah, I was gonna say, because in Chrono Trigger you can actually see all the enemies on the map. Chrono Cross is that way too. Chrono Cross, also very good game. I loved it a lot. As long as you do not go into it looking for Chrono Trigger 2.0. Don't do that. But it's a really fun game. I played it earlier this year. Yeah, Final Fantasy 9 for sure has it. I think 8 on the Switch has a thing to turn off random battles, but I'm not 100% sure. Hi, Kukoyo. How are you doing today? It's good to see ya. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I've always heard, so I haven't played any SMT games, Solar, but I've always heard that Persona is basically the friendlier cousin of SMT. So some of it, like if you play on the harder difficulties of Persona 5, I don't know about the other ones. I'm planning on playing P4G probably next year. But some of the fights can wreck you already on that, so I can only imagine how absolutely cold SMT can be sometimes. I've heard stories. When you sign up for SMT, you know what you're getting into. Oh, does the game kind of warn you? Or is it just like, you probably know what you're getting into because like your friends have told you about it? You started Days Gone playthrough? Not sure what you expect of it? Oh, I haven't played Days Gone. Oh, and I hope your new game plus The Last of Us is going well. God, dude, I was going through clips for the 2019 Best of Clip show, and when I made it to The Last of Us, I just thought, man, like, such a good game. I did that for basically every game we played, just going through going, man, like, I really had a good time with that, and just reminded me how many good games we've played this year. Oh, no. I mean, I even played Persona 5 on normal Meander. I have no intention of playing SMT on hard. None whatsoever. I'd like to eventually try an SMT game, but I might just wait until the new one comes out. Obviously, there's no release date for it yet, but we'll see. And you're doing good, Kuko? You had some shabu shabu for dinner. Nice. That sounds awesome. I guess so, Zedafar. I guess that's probably true. Not as many people have heard of SMT. I hadn't heard of, it's Shin Megami Tensei, Chippy Manny? Also, hi, how you doing? I had not heard of the series at all until people told me about it while I was playing Persona. Also, hi, Xenogears. How are you today? Dude, Super Mario RPG is great. Also, another one you might like, Rocky. So, I'm pretty sure you can buy, you can buy it on the Wii U Virtual Console, I think. I recommend checking out Paper Mario. I don't think that there's a digital copy of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, so you'd have to have it for GameCube. But either one of those, I think you would like. They also don't have random encounters. You can actually see the encounters on the map and avoid them if you'd like. Hey, Margie! Get rid of that strange stuffed animal sitting in front of the bridge. It's in our way. It's not a strange stuffed animal. It's names. Wait, I can name... I can name the stuffed animal? I wasn't expecting this. Choo-choo! Oh, well... Time for decisions. You have Paper Mario and your N64 and also Thousand Year Door? Yeah, if you haven't, I don't know if you've played them then yet, but they're really good. Those are other RPGs I recommend to people that don't really care for random battles. We need a modded DDS so I can play Cory in the House. You named him Jeff. He does actually kind of look like Poshel from Chrono Cross. SMT Nocturne's hard mode describes itself as a level of difficulty suitable for those seeking the thrill of death. I like the capital, you know, for reasons. I'm kind of just tempted to name it Ollie after our adorable parrot. Look, he's so cute, he's so cute. Look at how cute he is. Hi, Dreamer, how you doing today? I think I'm gonna name him Ollie after our bird friend. Aw, they don't have fun symbols though. Ollie. Her name is Ollie. But that's weird. It was just here, where I put it a moment ago. Oh my god! The stuffed animal is actually alive! Why did I never play this game? Can someone go back like 20 years and shake me and say play Xenogears?
Nice to meet you. I'm Ollie. I fell in love with you when I first saw you in Bloodbig. Wherever you go, I shall go too. Oh my. I just declared my love.
What we thought was just a stuffed toy is actually a living animal? Weird! No wonder it felt strangely lukewarm. What? Looking good, Faye! Shut up! It's alright. I, as the captain, give you my permission. What, like permission to date the stuffed animal? Bart, don't be a jerk.
Yeah.
Suit yourself. Well, I don't want to interrupt you two, so I'll wait outside. Art's a jerk. Thank you for your help at the castle. I heard you really riled it up at the tournament. Art was bragging how you're both buddies and all. Really? So he's my buddy, but he's making fun of me for having a living stuffed animal proclaim its love to me? Proclaim, that's the word I'm looking for. I'm so ashamed. I want to be of help to Bart, but I ended up owing him again. Faye, have you seen Bart's back? He's got scars all over his back, and it looks so painful.
I've been away for a while, but I'm glad to be back. I forgot how much fun your streams are.
Aww.
Merry Christmas/Happy Holidays.
Oh, Rafi, thank you so much for 9 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. And thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the streams. Happy holidays, friend. And hi, Silicon. How are you doing? Hey, so glad you guys like the voice. I decided to take advantage of my voice changer for maximum adorableness. Long ago, when the two of us got caught by Shakan, Bart protected me from getting beaten. At that time, I decided to be his follower, to serve and protect him. But he's the one who's always protecting me. Sorry. Anyway, thanks a lot for saving me. Yep. We got an adorable stuffed animal companion now. Thanks, Faye.
My eyes dry out when pretending to be a stuffed animal. Ouchie.
Oh, okay, so you just pretend to be a stuffed animal. I wonder where you came from then. What an interesting, furry, adorable creature. Okay, well, I guess we can go up to the bridge now? So that's cool. Hi, David. Hi, Grayson. How you guys doing? But that's horrifying. Wait. The adorable stuffed animal is horrifying? Why? This isn't Gremlins. We're not gonna feed him after midnight, okay? I promise. It's gonna be fine. He's just in a hurry, Warmonger. Young master, according to Margie, there's quite a troublemaker in Gibbler. Yeah, so who the heck is he? Karan Ramses of the Holy Solaris Empire's Special Foreign Affairs Agency. In other words, he's the commander-in-chief of Gibbler. It seems that Gibbler isn't just after the excavation sites around Ave after all. You mean they're not after the Jasper? If that's their only goal, they wouldn't need to send an important man like him. Young master, this could become unexpectedly complicated. Doc hasn't come back yet, has he? Yeah, I mean, Doc, no need to worry about him. He'll join us soon. Okay. If you say so. My name is Bingo, the apprentice helmsman. Sigurd's been teaching me how to operate the Yggdrasil. Do you want to see my notes? Yes. Yes, I do want to see your notes. No, it's fine. No. He's not a gremlin, okay? He's a choo-choo. He's a miniature train. I don't know. It's not a gremlin. 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 I'm sure the more I say this, the more you'll definitely be convinced he's not a gremlin, right? Totally. We're all convinced. The Yggdrasil can be operated just as if you were walking. Just use the directional button to move in the direction you want. While cruising, if you want to stop and disembark in your gear, then just press the circle button. To stop and come back to the bridge, that is, here, press the square button. From the bridge, you can go into the rest of the vessel. To rest, tune up a gear, weigh yourself, and so on. While cruising, press the select button to activate the remote sensing system. It will map your current position. When you don't know how to get to where you want to go, ask the navigation officer, Mr. Allay, who's looking in the binoculars there. He'll be able to show you the ship's charts. Can't wait until I become a fully fledged helmsman. Insight check.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were there. Want to hear some hot sounds I've recorded?
Yes.
The Franz Collection number 19.
Oh yeah, that's good running water. Yeah, this is cool.
The Franz Collection number 45.
It was just a thunk. Thunk. Yeah, I want to hear another one.
The Franz Collection number 33.
Ooh, I like that one. Pulling on that one. That's enough. I liked it.
Ah, well, that's too bad.
It's a lot harder to control the ship after the young master steered it. He's so reckless. He's standing behind you. He's standing behind you. Yeah, sure. Show me the chart. I don't even know where we're supposed to be going at the moment. I don't think we actually have anything. Hazel. Okay. Satan's house. Oh, I guess maybe we could go to Satan's house. Hi, Miss Junglers. Hi, Starfighter. How you guys doing? Oh, thanks! I do enjoy doing voices. Yep, random dolphin on the crew. We have a living stuffed animal. Just JRPG things. Nothing to worry about. It's all part of the show. Fine. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna talk to him again. I'm gonna talk to Sigurd again. Just to make sure he didn't, like, say where to go. Yes. The blank wall whispers secrets to him, Warmonger. Secrets known to no other man but him.
We shall have to enter into Nisan through the secret road. Let's keep on the lookout for a lone tree in the desert as a sign of where the road lies buried.
Okay, see, there we go. I was like, I don't know where we're going. Maybe I should talk to Sigurd again. Okay. A lone tree in the desert. Secret road to Nisan. Alright, let's look for it. I don't think I can. I mean, alright, you know what, fine. I have this D20, okay? Let's just say I have like a +3 on insight. I don't know. I don't know what's fair, so I'm gonna roll this, okay? You won't be able to see it though because my webcam doesn't go down far enough. Oh darn, I rolled a 3, so what's an insight check of a 6 against a gremlin? I think I'm about to be eaten.
Shall we launch the Yggdrasil?
Yeah, sure, huh? That gremlin sure seems trustworthy. Okay, so we're looking for a lone tree.
I have been away for too long. I have missed my badge and missed you, Spoonee, and the bards also. Yay, 29 months.
Yoda! Thank you for re-subbing for 29 months. Oh my god, we are in the wake! Dude, we're in the middle of the desert. Does that count as being in the waking sands? Thank you, Yoda, for 29 months. Welcome back. How you doing? And Seth, thank you for gifting a sub to Techie. Welcome back, Techie. I hope you continue to enjoy the lovely emotes. Also, hi, Seth. How are you doing? And my friend, right now, we are decorating the Bard Christmas tree with ornament tags for all gifted subs. So if you would like to pick out one of these are your options at the moment. You can't have the warning tag, I'm sorry. But if you'd like to pick out your favorite one, Sav, let me know which one you want. I will write your name on it, and I will hang this ornament on our lovely tree. Also, hi, Techie. How are you today? I noticed that the gremlin is gremlin-y. Hi, Nehru. I'm great. How are you today? You're contemplating getting more coffee? Are you particularly tired on this evening? I decided, well, I had been drinking tea lately on stream, but I decided to get some coffee today myself. Though I will say, I actually do feel like my energy levels in general, like my sustainable energy levels, will probably be up with the new setup because the lights that I have on me personally are not as bright. Graphics! You're doing well, Nehru. You got Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, and you can do Akuma's Raging Demon input now. Nice! Okay, so I'm just looking for a lone tree in the desert. A tree by itself in the desert. You're good, Seth. Been busy with Destiny 2. Oh my god, you're rank 80? Holy crap! And you got your first Crucible rank reset. Nice! Congratulations, Seth. The Kislev border. Here's where the danger begins. Okay, so I guess we can't go that way. You'll take the top green one with the little thing on it. Do you want the Santa? The only things in the top row that are left are the green one is the Santa. These are like the back of these two, which is also a Santa and a snowflake. If you're looking for green as the background, we have Santa. We have a green one with a peppermint that says humbug. And then we also have a green one with a car carrying a tree. Oh, Techie, okay, you take that back. I bet you would do great at DMing. I feel like you would be a fun DM. You want to get black tea that you can stick in your Keurig? Actually, what I do for Mind Talents, I just buy the tea bags. And I don't know what kind of Keurig you have. If you have one that scans barcodes, you could just leave an empty one in there. Also, I think, okay, that looks like the tree. And I just literally don't put in any coffee or anything in the K-cup because we have the old one that you don't have to have the barcodes for. So I'll just leave. Well, actually, I'll just take the empty one out and I just won't write anything there. And I just use it for the hot water and just use a tea bag. That way I can make single cup servings. Oh, sorry, Sam. You'll take the pepper one then? You got it. Peppermint it is, my friends. I gotta, probably on like Monday or Tuesday, one of my days off this week, I'm probably gonna get in on catching up on Destiny stuff. Like, I I've done a little bit of Gambit, but like I haven't done any Crucible or any Strikes or anything. And I want to start getting the Pinnacle weapons and stuff done now. Like I want to start working on it sooner so that I don't have the same thing happen that I did for Season of the Undying, where I realized 3 weeks before the season ended that I wanted the title and then had to, you know, rush like a crazy person. I'm gonna play it smart this time. Oh, you can do just hot water with yours? I don't know. I've never heard that tea gives you more energy than drinking coffee. Coffee has far more caffeine in it. So if it's the caffeine that gives you energy, but if you want to limit your caffeine while still giving yourself a bit of a boost, tea can be good for that. Plus, like, green tea is actually really good for you. Tea in general is a little bit better just because it's like straight up just water with leaf flavor. You're waiting for someone to be like, can I pick the plastic bag the tags come in? Oh yeah, like natural. So actually, Zoofer, that's one thing that I would do for subathons is I would get fruits because natural sugars are also a nice energy boost. You tried coffee twice, you don't like it? I really only like drinking coffee with creamer in it. I put a ton of hazelnut creamer in mine, which is why I try not to drink coffee too often. Swoosh, I'm gonna come over here while I'm doing this part. I try not to drink coffee too often because the hazelnut creamer has a lot of sugar and stuff in it. You like a bit of coffee in your sugar? Exactly! Music in this game is so good! Yeah, tea is just hot leaf juice. You only drink coffee with Irish cream in it? I mean, that's pretty tasty too. Here we go. This one's for you, Sab. It has your name in it. And it's a peppermint. So I'm gonna get one of these little ornament hangers. And we are doing this through all of the 12 days of Barbas, which means that you have through December 31st. Anybody who gifts a sub in the channel can pick out one of these lovely ornament tags. We have different sizes for different amounts too. There's sizes for 1, 5, 10, and 25, and gift subs of 50 or 100 will get an actual present box with your name on it under the tree. This is the fun little thing we're doing for Christmas, decorate our tree, and I am also keeping track of how many ornaments we put on there too. Used to hate coffee, Corgi? You learned a ton about it when grinding and brewing your own? Yeah, there's a ton of different kinds of coffee too. Oh yeah, oh shoot, I forget the matcha tea talents? I love matcha tea. Okay, I'm gonna hang this one on the Christmas tree. We have one peppermint down here, so I'm gonna put this peppermint. Now use another peppermint that says humbug. Here we go. It's right over there. Thank you again, Seth. I appreciate it. I don't know why I'm whispering that. Thank you, Staying Strong. I actually just recently switched. I used to have a green screen, and a couple of days ago, I unveiled be getting rid of my green screen. I technically still have it for if I ever feel there's a game we're playing that would really benefit from a green screen, but I play a lot of retro stuff, which you really don't even need one for, so it's also cozier for me. I'm glad you guys like it. Metal!
PSSST.
PSSST! Hey, also fun fact, we just played Kirby like 2 days ago, and that's the victory sound in Kirby. Metal, thank you so much for the 1,500 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Thank you also for spreading around some holiday emotes to folks. Hang on, I found... There's little sticky bits on the back of the ornament tags, so I don't want Luna to get those, so I'm trying to make sure I pick them all up. Thank you, Sad! Thank you so much! Yeah, I gave a little bit of a tour of it the other day, but I've got like plushies and stuff, and so there's like Pikachu and Vivi back here, Resetti's over here, Moogle and another Pikachu, Monokuma, I also have Appa from Avatar: The Last Airbender, Cloud, KK Slider, slightly off screen, I have a little villager amiibo. I actually want to put out my Ness amiibo too. I haven't decided what I'm going to decorate with once December is over, because I'll be taking down the Christmas tree, but I want to put some other stuff there too. Swoosh. And I'll be adding more plushies and stuff as time goes on. I'm considering this like version 1.0. I'm going to try to get like some fun throw pillows and more stuffed animals, and maybe like get some shelving for some of my amiibos and stuff. And then I want to get up some posters. Hi, Riro! Me too! It's actually my first time playing it, and I'm loving it so far. How are you today? Oh my god, squished Bard Bless! It's so small! Oh wow, we literally just dove underground. Okay, that's pretty cool. This is some Final Fantasy VI stuff right here. Just without a castle. You want the plushies, but you have so much stuff already. Actually, most of the plushies that I have, well, about half the plushies that I have out are actually ones that people have sent me that I've always had back here. They were hidden behind my green screen before. Oh, here's Satan.
Now I see why you came down to the surface. All right, I understand you. But Karan Ramses, taking over the post of Ave is pretty annoying.
The home country might have had some special reasons.
Yeah, obviously.
But perhaps there's still a chance of success. You and I, who used to be called Elements at the Commander's Training School, Jugend, are both here.
Hope you're right.
By the way, she's still...
According to Faye, there was a female aide on Carl's side, and he said that she had indigo blue eyes and hair, so it must be her.
So, all the old Elements members are on the surface world now. Okay. Let's see, so Satan / Q. Sigurd. Oh, shoot. Hey, chat! I can't remember. What was the name of that lady that was with Ramses? I can't remember her name. Miang. That's it. Thank you, Nurses. I'm writing down that they're called Elements. Appreciate that. Hi, how are you today? Hi.
I guess so. Hyuga. To be honest with you, she scares me. She supports Car and is kind to anyone, I know that very well. But sometimes I felt a strange fear in her. That bothers me more than Car being in this land. That cannot be true. Not in her. Yeah, I don't want to believe it either. But don't you remember how I could always sense these things quite accurately?
Right. By the way, have you killed the young one yet?
No, not yet. I don't want him to worry until we know exactly what Solaris' objectives really are. But I have to tell him eventually, though. Anyway, Hyuga, have you gotten any information?
Not really. I left there before going into the center section. Secrets! Ah, look who's eavesdropping! Faye!
Oh, it's you, Bart. Don't scare me. Shh, I'm eavesdropping, Bart. Stop yelling.
Don't you dare go Ryuji on us. You're particularly good today. Yay! Actually, I saw what you posted on Twitter. I'm very, very happy to hear the good news, Hunter. Incredibly happy to hear the good news. Hi, Carnage Panda. Guess what? This is a fantasy video game without any actual voice acting, so I can give whoever I want whatever voice I want. If I wanted to, I could actually
talk like this for the entire rest of the stream, and there is technically nothing you can do about it.
I'm not gonna actually do that, but
Sorry, Dari. It sounds like Sig and your doctor friend know each other pretty darn well. Sig. Damn, I thought I knew everything about that guy.
when did Doc get back? Oh yeah, it's definitely a trope warmonger, but at the same time, I also feel that tropes are kind of part of what makes a certain type of game, and though I very much enjoy when games break tropes, sometimes I also enjoy their existence because it's a core part of that particular genre. So it can be kind of fun. Like if you've played a lot of JRPGs, it's kind of fun to see externally which games follow which tropes and which tropes they break or how they deal with them differently. You are too. I bet so. I'm glad you're doing well, Hunter.
I'll complete the remaining checks on board. I'll leave the rest up to you, Nisan.
As you wish. I'll have the honor of accompanying the others.
Bartholomew, healthy as ever, I hope? Yeah, how's the town?
Since we got word several days ago that there might be an army advancing from the royal capital, the sex representatives have been in discussion.
What have they come up with?
For now, they just plan to improve the local defenses. Also, anti-Shakan people have been gathering here, probably because they heard about what's going on.
That's reassuring.
Yes. However, the residents are starting to feel uneasy. People are starting to take refuge up north in the mountains.
Can't blame them.
By the way, how's Marguerite?
Better than we thought, but I know she was in a lot of grief.
Hi, Margie!
Marguerite, I'm so glad you're safe.
Thanks!
All the townspeople are overjoyed by the Great Mother's return.
Yay! I'm happy to have Margie because she's cute. We made it back to Nisan! We haven't been here in a while. It's interesting to see, but it's so prevalent in JRPGs and anime, it's started to get on your nerves. I mean, that's fair. That's completely fair. Out of curiosity, Warmonger, have you played any of the Tales of games? Wow, it's been such a long time since I left here. Well, first of all, we should accompany Marguerite up to meet the sisters.
Huh? What is it, old Mason?
Goodness gracious me. To think that little Miss Marguerite was finally able to return here. It's so awfully moving.
Hey! Pull yourself together, old man!
Forgive me. How terribly embarrassing. I couldn't help it. I shall go back and give some instruction to the men left on the ship. Please, young master, go ahead and escort Miss Marguerite up to see the sisters. Excuse me now. I mean, can you really blame him for getting emotional? I can't. You have not? I would recommend playing Tales of Symphonia. That's the only one that I've played so far, but I would recommend Tales of Symphonia. In fact, you can probably get the remastered version on sale on Humble Bundle or something. Especially with all the Christmas sales that are going on right now. It's a very, like, anime JRPG, and, I won't really say much else, but I think you might like it. If you give it a long enough of a chance. These are the people who took care of me when I was small. I still want to play another Tales of game next year. Probably Vesperia.
Oh, Bart, I'm glad you're well. The people at the hidden board contacted us just before you came into town.
I've already contacted the monastery. Please take Margie up there as soon as possible. She'll be so happy. Not to mention the sisters. I must hurry and see the sisters. Out of the way, out of the way. I mean, that's true, Xenophar. That's definitely something that happens in real life, too. Not that I want to go into too much detail with, but yes. I would say that definitely happens outside of just JRPGs. It is something that happens often in them because usually one of the big tropes that you'll find in a JRPG is that your character is the chosen one. So if there's also the trope of the parents or guardian knew about it, then, we won't tell them until they're older. And then sometimes it goes into, they don't get told and the horrible thing happens. And so they have to sort of like barrel roll into suddenly being a hero, or they grow up and they hit 16 and, they learn about the prophecy and the evil is coming your way. There's big sales on all the Tales games. Symphonia is $5. $5 for Symphonia is pretty much stealing. I played Symphonia on Steam, and I really liked that version. I think that the PS4 version, or PS3, I don't remember which, but one of those two is also the exact same. Hi, Malicels. How you doing today? Margie! Margie! I'm back, everyone! Oh, Margie, we're so glad you're safe. Yes, it's all thanks to Bart and his men. He just received word, so we were singing a hymn of praise and joy. We're so happy. Oh, what a relief. Sister, oh, okay, that's, yay, one of the sisters has a name. Yep, Demon Fang the game. Yeah, it is my first playthrough, Carnage Panda. Xenogears is one of those games where my older brother was the one that had the PS1, so I got to play whatever games he bought, and I guess he never heard of Xenogears back then, so we didn't have it. It is also a totally blind playthrough. I don't know diddly squat about it, so please do keep that in mind. I'm also trying to avoid, like, hints and foreshadowing and stuff like that, but yes, please feel free to sit back and enjoy whatever my first reactions are, because I've been looking forward to playing this game for a long time.
Welcome back, Margie. We had faith that you and your cousin Bart would one day return safely. We and your other friends have been waiting for you.
Sister Agnes!
Unfortunately, your mother and the Blessed Royal Mother.
I know, Sister Agnes. I heard about it at the royal capital. But at least I've made it back. I'll never go anywhere or leave you from now on. I won't make you all worry anymore. Ever again.
Bless you, my dear.
Sister Agnes, this just isn't like you at all. Here I am back safe and sound. Can't you rebuke me just a little for old time's sake?
Huh. I'm sorry, but I'm just so happy that I cannot help but...
Sister...
There's no reason to be so solemnly quiet. Well, everyone? To celebrate the return of our dear sister Margie, and to express our joy to the heavens, let us finish singing our hymn.
Thank you. Bless you all. Oh, yes, sister. May I go upstairs? It's been oh so long, so I want to have a look around up there, too.
Oh, but of course, dear. Don't even think of holding back from anything, except for one thing. Never stay away so long like that again.
I knew you'd say that. Now that's the Agnes I know.
Margie, I'm so glad.
Aw, yay! They're all happy she's back. You remember struggling to find Xenogears in '98? It's a niche game for sure. Oh, there are VODs if you would like to go back and watch some of my reactions, Carnage Panda, and I believe there's probably some good clips of it as well. I plan on highlighting my entire playthrough of Xenogears. I usually highlight our main RPG playthroughs.
It's been a while since the last time I was here. Huh? Something wrong, Margie?
Nothing. It's just... I guess I got a little emotional.
Anyhow, take it easy for a while. You've put up with enough, okay?
If you're trying to make me cry, you'll fail. Oh yes! I'll show fans the town around our cathedral. Follow me! Dang, I think Bart was actually trying to have like a sentimental moment with her. You got this demon gremlin that we need to exercise? Pretty much!
What a strong girl she is. It is obvious that she really wants to just break down and cry. Yeah, you're right. That's just the way she's always been. For all her talk, she understands her position well. Maybe there are a few things I could learn from her too.
I want her in my party. Hello? 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 Okay, I guess we're not allowed to go upstairs. Why are you guys just staring at the stairs? That's kind of making me nervous. Oh, here's Margie, okay. We
go up to the gallery on the second floor from here.
The stairs cult? Xenophar, are you trying to get a rise out of the stair cult? Okay, that one was really bad. Hi, Oakenhops. How are you today? It's none your business. Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're totally right. How magnificent.
If we ever got scolded for pranks as kids, Bart and I used to hide here.
Hey, stop telling those old stories. It's embarrassing.
But to me, Bart hasn't changed much since then.
What? You mean you think I'm still a kid?
Man, Margie really knows how to push Bart's buttons. I know, yeah, I'll be here all night cosplay. I'll be here all night. You doing pretty good, Ogan? You got lucky and randomly found a plush Final Fantasy XIV Alpha Baby Chocobo for your son today. Oh my god, that's amazing! He's gonna love it. He's gonna love it. Those are actually, yeah, those are kind of hard to find too. That's super cool. I still want to get probably the White Mage Chocobo that they have on the Square Enix store. Unfortunately, well, you know, cosplay, if you don't like it, you know where the X button is. I'm just saying. You don't like my jokes? You don't like my jokes? You don't like my jokes? Do you not like my jokes? Don't make me tell the Mario one. I will tell you the Mario joke. That's a threat. I'm totally messing with you, by the way. I mean, I will tell you the Mario joke, but you don't have to leave.
I like the view from here the best.
The Chocobo with the purple hat and scarf's also super cute. I don't know if I've seen that one, actually. Hi, level 1 Scrub. How are you today? What'd you enter stream to? Me threatening everyone with really bad dad jokes, Rio. Hi, how are you today, Rio? It's good to see you. Yes, this is breathtaking. Light from outside shining through the stained glass of the cathedral's front. What a brilliant piece of artistry this is.
Did you notice that the two great angels only have one wing each?
Where's Sephiroth?
According to a legend handed down in Nisan, God could have created humans perfectly, but then humans would not have helped each other. So that is what these great single-winged angels symbolizes. In order to fly, they are dependent on one another.
Ah, so that is the reason for it. I see. On further inspection, the left angel looks somewhat masculine, while the right one looks somewhat feminine. Now that is an unusual feature, is it not? Usually these depictions are not gender specific. These angels are clearly distinguishable as having opposing genders. And the space between them is the path from where God advents. Or could it be the path leading to God? Well, I do not know. It could be either, or even both. Now I see. This all coincides with the teachings of Nisan. Faye and Bart are just looking at each other like, I don't know. You're doing well, Ryu. You kind of lost track of time watching The Witcher on Netflix. Oh, I've been hearing it's good. I hope you've been liking it. Oh, yes. I haven't played the Everybody Edition Xerxes, but I love Chocobo's Dungeon. I played through the original on the Wii, and I loved it. You're eating some Rocky Road ice cream? Nice. Nice, Scrub. That sounds wonderful. Midget Snowman. Hi, Snowman. How you doing? Why, Dr. Satan Izuki, you are an amusing fellow. Oh, excuse me. It is a habit of mine to think out loud about the meaning of things. Yeah, I guess that's kind of a habit of mine, too. That's basically what streaming is. The doc knows a lot about a lot of things. Sometimes I can't even understand what he's talking about.
Ha! Forcing them to fly together? It would be less bothersome if they could fly on their own, don't you think, Faye?
Bart, you missed the deeper meaning and beauty of it. Someday, I wish I could be of help to someone like that. Oh, we haven't visited the room of Sophia yet, have we? You're really supposed to go through some procedures before you can see it, but this time I think it'll be alright if I make a special exception. Sophia? Yes, Sophia. She is revered as the founding mother of the Nisan nation, and the founder of the Nisan religion who set forth its teachings. There's a special room upstairs that has a portrait of Mother Sophia in it.
I would definitely like to view that. Faye, let us go have a look at it.
Of course you want to, Satan. That's true. Someone's got to give us the exposition. Only play the Wii version? I did hear that the Everybody one was really good, Nurses. I think they might have added a few extras, too. I think there was at least one extra class and some other stuff that I'm not really sure about. It might even be on sale. You never know. I want to eventually get it on the Switch. You're doing good? Home early from work. Nice, Snowman. Bup, 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 bup. Oh, if you run directly behind Margie, she won't actually move. She won't move. She's not moving. Oh, welcome back, Meander. I hope your computer's better now. It's farther on in. Okay. Well, let's go. That's some pretty sunlight. It actually does seem like the music in here is a lot lower, so I'm going to turn it up a little. Oh my, what an exquisite portrait! And the beautiful young lady portrayed is quite beyond comparison too. What is more, this looks rather familiar. What do you think, Faye? Yes, I was just thinking the same thing. The hair is a different color, but the atmosphere or personality about her is exactly the same. What? Hair color? What do you mean? What do I mean? Look! It's the girl I met in the forest! It's Ellie! I mean, There's something about her that's just like Ellie. You don't think so? Yes. Now that you mention it, she does resemble Ellie. But that is not what I was talking about. I meant that the brush techniques and overall style used in this picture is similar to yours. Really? Oh, that's even scarier. Yo, that's basically blonde Ellie. Does it? I mean, first of all, I'm nowhere near as good an artist. No, it is very similar to your style. But somehow I can sense an atmosphere of sadness in this picture. She is smiling, but in a way, gives the impression that she's anxious. Perhaps the picture is reflecting her inner self? Or perhaps it is the inner feelings of the artist being conveyed. Ah. If you look closely, you will notice that the painting is not completely finished. Yeah, in the bottom right corner. The artist put his brushes down when it was near completion. Why is that? We'll never know! Or will we? I don't know. Probably. Let's find out by continuing to play Xenogears. Have a good night, Roster. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
I don't know, but my grandmother might have known about it.
She's not around anymore, though.
Oh, what if we ask Agnes? She might know something.
Okay. Can I look at the painting now? Everything. Oh wait, no. Sorry, we gotta be on the actual face. Everything's gonna be alright. Rockabye. I don't know why that's why I thought of whenever I saw her face. I don't know. Just fine.
Alright then, I'll be with Sister Agnes. You know, while you're in here singing songs that are unfamiliar to me or this universe.
Maybe while he was painting, he got attacked by the beast of Og. Hi, Chupon. How are you today?
Well, shall we head back to the town for now?
Yes, all right. But this painting's caught my curiosity. Do you mind if I speak to Sister Agnes before we head back to town?
Yeah, okay. We'll stop by her room on the way out.
Sounds good. Uh-oh. Lacan. Huh. Funny how that works out. You know, the whole amnesia thing we have going on. The weird evil demon child. I don't know. That name sounds familiar, though no one remind me. Did I write down anything with that? Let's find out. Okay. Well, I wrote it down now. Hi, Shaded. Hello, Ilsterkin. How you guys doing? Not bad, Chubon. Today was the last cold day for a while. Nice. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Is something wrong, Faye? You look like you are daydreaming. Huh? Nah, it's nothing. It's definitely not the way to flashback about actually painting that. Definitely not that we remember painting it all of a sudden and having a different name. It's fine. Don't even worry about it, okay? Don't even worry about it. Ooh, mac and cheese vibes. Excellent. I actually had macaroni and cheese for lunch today. Today's been quite the terrible day. Oh no! It was a 13-hour day at work? But yeah, I mean, overtime is still good. And hey, it's over now, right? So that's also good. You made it. Oh, okay, that's what's up here. I was like, why were they all staring at the stairs? Preparations to be starting near the border of the Sex country for the charge by the Royal Capital's army. But a miscalculated move directed on the enemy is starting to backfire on us, so we'll be taking covert action for a while. I'm on my way there now, but I thought I'd offer a prayer before I go. As a matter of fact, the guy next to me and I were born here. Years ago, we both got tired of the peaceful but boring life here, so we ran away from home. But we both ended up enlisting in the army. It's not that we have any particularly happy memories or whatever here. It's just that, after all, this is the land of our birth, so, well, you know. I want to see with my own eyes what will become of this country. Actually, I feel like her room must have been upstairs. Because I don't see anywhere else to go down here other than exiting, and that's not quite what we want to do yet. So let's check some of the other doors. Aw, get to relax to the stream. Any awesome chat? Well, I'm glad, Shaded. We're glad to have you. So far, the OST of this game is one of my favorite things. And it's really cozy. I mean, you know, there's like lots of plot and things that are a lot like the beginning of the game, but it's also got a nice coziness to it. Yeah, Mitsuda. Mitsuda, who also was, I believe, the composer for Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, right? Hi, Rock Bottoms. How you doing? Oh yeah, I heavily believe that OST affects games a lot, at least for me. For me, a good game can actually be made great by a wonderful OST. I understand you were shown Sophia's portrait. The lady portrayed in that picture is Nisan's great founding mother. Some say that it was painted at least 500 years ago. Okay. So that's interesting. If that actually was us, then we were alive over 500 years ago. Have a good night, Warmonger. Thanks for joining us. And hey, Twilight Hylian, how you doing? Dude, yeah, the FF6 OST kicks me right in the feels. Hi, Tuttle. How are you today? Oh, man. Really, Rocky? Was there no way to turn up the music volume? Because Link's Awakening always had such good jams. 500 years ago. Now, that is quite amazing.
Personally, I find it intriguing. Do you have any historical material from that period? In our hands, there are no such records left intact. All records and materials concerning Sophia have been lost. The portrait's the only thing left. We too do not have much knowledge about her. That's too bad. So there really is nothing left at all? For someone who has helped Marguerite, I would have loved to share them. But unfortunately, I'm unable to help here. Oh well. None the matter. Please do not worry about it. I was just inquiring. But it does seem somewhat strange. If such a majestic building as this survived history, then it is likely a scroll or two would remain too. According to tradition, Sophia was present about 500 years ago. Also, I should probably write down Sophia's name. Let's see. Sophia. Mother of Nisan. Lived 500 plus years ago. Looks like Ellie. Oh, you know what? I'll underline her name so I can find it better. Hi, Dangerous Man. Oh, I'm glad. I hope you're doing well. Also, dude, that sucks. You had this game and a friend sat on the case and broke the second CD. I'm so sorry. That would have broken my heart into 1,000 pieces. I'm so sorry. I hope you were able to eventually replace the second CD. There was no volume control. You hope they fix it. I don't know if there's like, I don't know if Nintendo support would have some sort of system where you could like submit that was a thing that was a big negative for you, but you might look and see, Rocky, because like that'd be the only way I would think they would know about something enough to change it, would be if there's some way to like submit that. If there is, I definitely would recommend it. You've never seen the ending? Oh no! Well, this is my first time playing it, so if you want to join me, I haven't seen it either. Or if you have a PlayStation 3, PS TV, or PS Vita, you can buy the game digital for $10 if you ever want to get back to playing it. Sophia sacrificed herself for the people and has been summoned to be with God. That's all I can tell you. Okay, so she sacrificed herself. Oops. Hey, I hit my pop filter to stream now. I see. So everything was lost in the darkness of history. That seems to be a theme where nobody really has any history from 500 years ago. Okay, yeah, this is the same. Yeah, I actually didn't mean to click on Agnes again. I wanted to talk to Margie and see if she had anything to say. Oh, I don't know anything about that either, Link. I haven't played any of the Xeno games. This is my first one. I wonder what kind of person Sophia was. I would have loved to have met her. No. Somewhere. It must be somewhere. The truth that we have not yet come to know. Oh, that scared me. You're very devoted. Well, sort of. It's just that after sneaking into the capital, I started to think about a lot of things. And I've come to realize the world isn't right the way it is now. You know, I'm kind of with you, friendly nun. Things seem weird. How come we don't have any history from 500 years ago and a bunch of people are fighting each other? We're transcribing scrolls. Scrolls over 100 years old get worn, so we renew them. It's one of our daily tasks.
See, that's good. I like that. You're trying to keep track of history now, so we don't lose it again. It's been so long, you don't remember a lot, but you do recall the intro cinematic being amazing. Yes! Oh my god, the anime! The anime cinematics is so good. They really are. Hi, Vero! No, I mean, I'd love to voice like anime or games. Maybe someday. I just like doing them for now.
Thank you. Hi, how are you doing today?
500 years will give you such a crick in the neck.
Why does war never disappear from this world?
That.
Not meaning. Well, I mean, war is meaningless.
Perhaps it is our fate to be forever at discord with each other.
See, like, that gives me some feels that something ain't right, okay? Something's not right here. I feel like the reason why we don't have this history is that there would be something in it that might stop us from fighting. Nobody confirm or deny that. But I'm definitely writing down the question of why are we always at war? And why do we have no records? I have so many whys. That's why part of the reason why I like this game already is I have so many questions. Hi, Malice. No, wait, huh? Oh, no. Yeah, it's not plot holes. Yeah, this is just me drawing what Jay said. Literally a conspiracy map with red string. Okay? I'm just writing down conspiracy theories because it's fun. Oh, hey, I dropped my d20. What did we roll? What did we roll? Still a 3 somehow. It's all connected. Yeah, I'm not really sure, Dangerous Man. Not very far. Not super far. Exactly, yeah. That's exactly it. I basically go Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, I think I've only beaten like 3 or 4 bosses. Not very many. We're not super far in. I started the game a couple of weeks ago, but then I took a week off for vacation. So the actual streams of Xenogears have been a little bit sporadic, but we're kind of getting back into our usual groove. If you are new to the stream, I primarily play RPGs. That's my main jam. I like both retro and modern. JRPGs have a special place in my heart for sure. I do mostly first playthroughs, and Xenogears is currently our main game, so I usually play this about 2 to 3 days a week, unless we have special events. Next week, we should have 2 streams of Xenogears. Because we are having a couple of special events. Once December is over, we're pretty much just gonna go full swing back into playing Xenogears 3, maybe even 4 days a week, we'll see. I don't really have as strict of a timetable for Xenogears anymore, which is kind of a relief, actually. I know it's a longer game. I like long JRPGs. I played Persona 5 for 180 hours. But, I was having to be concerned about finishing Xenogears before Crystal Chronicles released. And now, although I was sad Crystal Chronicles got pushed back, I don't have to be in any rush to beat Xenogears. So that'll be nice. We can really really take our time and get into it. Oh yeah, Open Up. So at the moment, I don't put full streams on YouTube, but you can check out my collections. I generally highlight all of our JRPG playthroughs. Sometimes some of my Side Quest Saturday and variety stuff too. I haven't started highlighting Xenogears yet, but I will be highlighting it soon, and you can currently still go back in the VODs and watch them. Yeah, a long time ago, a couple years ago, we had people asking about it with similar things. They like missed a few, or you know, they would come and find the stream only to discover that I played their favorite JRPG a year ago and they missed it, and it made them really sad. So I started highlighting stuff so that people could go back and watch those. Oh yeah, yeah, the reindeer one is the Pikachu face medal. I love all the holiday emotes, they're so good. Hi Fabriel, thank you! I'm glad you like the bard tree. Right now we've got 11 ornaments on it, so lots of space. And we'll be putting ornaments on the tree for gift subs through December 31st. I guess I should check out some of these houses before we leave. Hi Jess, how are you doing today? Ooh, paintings!
No, something's not right.
Well, can I look at it? No, they won't let me really get a close-up look. Is that guy painting bread? Or are these fruits? I think they're supposed to be fruits. It looked like bread from far away. No, I forgot to paint something on the blank canvas. That's okay. The blank canvas will wait. You're doing well, Jess. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Also, hi, Chop. Hi. Hello. How are you today? Hi, Marnie. Yee, the Nisan music's really nice. A basket of rolls. Is that how we're gonna pay our tolls?
I've had enough troubles. I just want to live life peacefully.
I'd be good with that. Can I join you, sir? Oh shoot, that does exit. Painted bread. I don't know. I don't know if that would taste very good, Trop. Press X to doubt. You're doing well. Just on a short work break. Nice. I'm doing very well today. Thank you for asking. Just having another nice, cozy day playing JRPGs. Oh, hey, it's our friend. Young Master! Hello. The people of Nisan were most generous to allow us to rent this house. So there will be no need to seek lodgings at the inn for a while. Also, Master Sigurd wishes a word with you regarding your next move, if he may.
Alright, so where's Sig?
The good Master Sigurd's waiting for you inside.
Okay, thanks, Mason.
I can't... Hey, chat, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's hard to tell. Is it Mason or Myson? I don't know. I keep saying it both ways. I'm flip-flopping on it all the time. I have no idea how they intended it to be said. I feel like if it was going to be Mason, they would have had the I in it. You got your niece Tropical Freeze for Christmas? Nice, Jess. It's pronounced Dane. This is why we're friends, Techie. You love the Abba Gaming niece? If you don't mind me asking, Jess, how old is your niece now? I've got a nephew who's just barely getting started in gaming. He's 5. And my sister was saying that he likes playing games, but he gets a little bit frustrated sometimes because nowadays there's a lot more buttons. There's a lot more buttons on a controller like this than there were back in the NES and SNES days. So I told her, it was like, well, if you guys get the Nintendo subscription, they have NES games and he could play Mario that way. So I'm kind of hoping maybe I can like play games with him and teach him how to play Mario. I'm not even good at Mario, but it would be fun to play with him. I can't wait till he gets old enough to be able to start like reading JRPGs and stuff. I kind of want to teach him how to play Final Fantasy VI. If my sister will let me, I want to introduce my nephew to Final Fantasy VI. Weren't enough buttons in the NES days. Fair. Oh, she's 12? Last year you did a landline game of Minecraft? Oh, nice! Yeah, I've actually done that with my brother-in-law. Me and Angry Trees and my brother-in-law. One time we were all at my parents' for Christmas, and we just did a landline game of Minecraft with a bunch of like jetpack mods and stuff. So I plan to play the new Pokemon. Only a few buttons needed. I don't know. I'm torn, Otato, because on one hand, yes, I do want to play it, but on the other, I keep feeling like by the time I get around to it, everyone else will have already stopped playing it. So I don't know what to do. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna spoil. Okay, but it wouldn't even just be me, Jay. My sister basically just collects consoles and old video games. So like her library is bigger than mine. So it's gonna be like a combined effort. No, more buttons doesn't make it bad, Metal. Not at all. It's more like my nephew's only 5, so like being a 5-year-old, it's hard to deal with like 20 buttons when you're learning how to play a game. Hi, BGG! Waddle waddle. To the very next day. Bum 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 bum.
In sharpening my knife.
So just realized I never turned this down.
BGGW.
BGG, thank you for resubbing for 34 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome. Dorian, thank you for resubbing for 6 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Hi, raiders. Hello. My name is Spoonee, and I'm playing Xenogears for the first time today. Yeah, I am, Ollie. It's true. You know it's true. Hi, I have a raid video to welcome you. Hi there, raiders. Hi, hello! My name is Spoonee. This over here is my Congo African Grey Parrot, Ollie. And hi, I play lots of RPGs. It's kind of my main jam. I love anything that's an RPG, but especially JRPGs. I play both retro and modern, and sometimes a variety of other things too. Today, I'm actually in the middle of my first ever playthrough of Xenogears. I've never played Xenogears before. This is a totally blind first playthrough. We're not very far in. I think I've beaten like maybe 3 or 4 bosses. So yeah, you really haven't missed that much in the larger scale of the game. But if you love RPGs, silliness, shenanigans, just nice cozy places to hang out, welcome! This might be the stream for you. And thank you so much for coming over with the raid. And thank you, BGG, for the raid. I really appreciate it. How is the rest of Final Fantasy VIII? Hopefully the cards treated you well and you finally got all of the worms you needed. Cloud Strafe, thank you so much for subscribing, by the way. Welcome on in, my friends. I hope that you enjoy joining us in our quest for fun. I appreciate that. You just got... Wait, whoa, you already made it past disc 1? Okay, wow. Things went way faster since I had to pop out. I had to run away to, like, go get a new phone case and some dinner. Jeez, I swear, you guys play through the Final Fantasies so fast in the Fiesta that I feel like I blink and I miss them. Also, Bards, by the way, if you're not following Background Guys here too, please go follow BGG, another absolutely wonderful broadcaster. He loves RPGs just as much as I do. Huge fan of Final Fantasy. He's actually doing Final Fantasy Fiesta with 7 Sins right now, where they play through all of the numbered Final Fantasies in a row, running them in a race as fast as they can. They're currently both on FF8. They are playing World of Final Fantasy this year too, and I'm excited. Go follow him. He's wonderful. Good friend of mine too. The irony is the Fiesta is 2 to 3 months long. Which is crazy because, yeah, you guys are on 8. It's slightly over halfway through December. Hyperviolence, thank you for resubbing for 18 months. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. How you doing today? Yeah, and this time so they do challenges for each of the Final Fantasies. And FF7 was no items and no shopping. Which is crazy. That's intense. I joked with BGG that that's totally how we're gonna play Final Fantasy VII Remake too, right? Is with no items and no shopping. We're definitely gonna do it. What's Final Fantasy Dimensions? Hi DP, I gotta scroll up and say hi to you guys too. Hi DP126, Blue Sammy, Potato, Iron Log, Regison, also Durian, Visceral, AG Dragon, Indie Earth, Lurksmith, Obsidian, Fluffy Moogle, that's a great name. Hi, local host, Shinobi, anybody else I missed, welcome. Hi, Grin, how you doing? Hope you guys are all having a good day. Thank you guys for all the follows, too, I really appreciate it. We don't have a big follower alert on stream, because I do like, as BGG does as well, I like for people to feel open to lurking here. We love our lurkers, so my follower alert's just a little Moogle that pops up in the top corner there. So there's a little notification as a thank you for following, but without calling you out personally. Hi, Rot Bear. Thank you for lurking. You both managed to get through Final Fantasy VII. No running, no glitches, no items in 15 hours. I replayed the game earlier this year and it took me over 40. See, this is exactly why I still haven't done a Final Fantasy count-up BGG, because it would take me like half the year. It would be July, and you guys would be like, so Spoonee, which Final Fantasy are you on? 13? Ollie says it's okay though. Thanks, Ollie. Ollie, this is why I love you. You're supportive. You're a good bird.
Whenever I come here, it always calms my heart.
Oh yeah, we're in Nisan right now. We just, for sort of a little background of where we are in the game, we rescued Margie last time I played. We made it back to Nisan, and we went to the church. We talked to the nuns there. We learned about Sophia. I have notes. I have notes. I take notes. We learned about Sophia, the mother of Nisan. She lived like 500 years ago, and we saw a painting of her, and she looks suspiciously like basically a blonde version of Ellie. And then they had a flashback about painting her, and there was the mention of the name Lacan. So that was weird. Gotta love flashbacks about her amnesia. Oh, also just as a really quick thing too, you may notice there's a message up in the right hand corner that says no hints, advice, or spoilers. Just to let you guys know, since this is a first playthrough of mine, this is actually also a fully blind playthrough. I know pretty much nothing about the game whatsoever other than what I have learned so far in playing it. So I do really appreciate in advance you guys avoiding any spoilers. That does include like foreshadowing or speculating, or even like if you haven't played the game, I just ask folks not to like guess at what might happen. Thank you in advance, because it makes for a better experience for me, which inevitably makes for a better experience for you, because I tend to make really funny faces when I react to things, or so I'm told. Hi, Wings of Eden! Xenogears is one of your favorites. Nice. I'd always heard very, very good things about it, and I've had people ask me to play it for over 4 years, so I'm glad I finally get to. Hi, Survivor7. Hi, Jacorius. How you guys doing? Oh, yeah. I know, Jacorius. You guys are really good over there. I hang out there, too, a lot. But I'm not wearing a blindfold, that's true. I mean, I could do that. But then I can't push any buttons. Nor can I see to read the dialogue. That seems problematic.
Anyway, young master, I want to work out what our plans are from here on. Oh, what's our plans from here on are?
I don't know why I read that sentence wrong. Yeah, like, I've noticed too that, like, large chunks, most of the JRPG community on Switch is really, really good and very respectful of not giving spoilers and stuff. I tend to just sort of say it as a general thing for a baseline, because I've always felt that if you let people know in advance just sort of the baseline of what's kind of expected in a community, that it'll be a lot easier for them to be like, oh, okay, that's what this place is like, and settle in and be comfortable. I just want us all to be comfy. Hi, Night Killer, how you doing?
Alright, but before we do that, there's something I want to ask you.
Me?
Yeah.
Lay it down, Bart! Ollie wants to know too.
Sig, what's up with you and that Gebler officer? What's the connection between you and him? You know, you sure know a lot about Gebler for some reason.
That's right, Ollie. He knows too much! He knows too much, Ollie.
Alright, I'll tell ya. Me and Satan here.
I like, by the way, random side note, but I actually love the fact that every time Sigurd has to say Satan's name is Satan instead of his real name, he usually struggles and pauses over it. It's just a nice detail. I like it. I like details. Monolith games are always comfy. See, okay, Monolith sounds familiar, but I don't remember what games they made. And I know if someone says one, I will recognize it. But I'm blanking right now.
We used to live in Solaris. Solaris? You mean where Gebler's from? That's right. Solaris calls foreigners lambs.
Yeah, that's actually what Ellie called us. Oh, Xenoblade and Xenosaga. Oh, okay. Hey, chat. Raise your hand if you're excited for the Xenoblade Chronicles Remaster. Me, so I can finally play it. Oh, Ban Kaitos is Monolith too? And Chrono Cross. I love Chrono Cross. Dude, I'm so excited to finally play it. I never got a chance to play it, and then I didn't play the second one because I was worried I missed something from the first one. So now I can finally play it. Brian just watched a clip of himself seeing that trailer. Brian, like, exploded with hype. You're looking forward to it too, Kupo? Oh, you've only played X and 2 Snowman, so you're looking forward to it? Oh, okay. The creators of this game had an outing with Squaresoft and went on to form Monolith as a third party to work with Bandai Namco. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. That's really cool. I also didn't know it was a husband and wife team. That's also super cool. And Monolith is now a first-party Nintendo developer. Nice. Less nice is what Sigurd's about to say about people that live on the surface.
They're used as manual labor. Basically, it's slavery. Slavery? Is that where you met him?
Yes, it was there.
We worked for the Solaris government for a short while, but we learned to dislike their methods and escaped the first chance we had. You were friends with these people? I met you when I was a kid, and we've been together ever since then. So this would have had to have happened even before then. I probably wouldn't have understood this if I had heard it earlier, but why didn't you think I could deal with it now? Surely you could have told me about this. Especially when you had something to do with the people who were backing that Shakan idiot. Wish you'd told me sooner. There's nothing I can do about that now. But there's one thing I want you to believe. We left Solaris on our own will, and for our own reasons. Now they've appeared before us. We can't just sit back and do nothing. If need be, I will give me life to stop them.
Sigurd seems like a good dude.
Alright, I understand. But can you elaborate a little more?
Whoa, that sit down on the bed was interesting. Yeah, I'm just excited to play it, Kupo. Takahashi Tetsuya came up with the idea and directed it, and his wife Soraya Saga did the scenario writing and script. That's super cool. I don't know, man. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know what the likelihood is we would ever see a Xenogears remake or another Chrono game or anything like that. I'm not claiming it's likely, but I will say, so there are rumors about a Legend of Dragoon remaster, I think? I don't know what the likelihood of that is either, but in a good world scenario, if that actually happens and it sells well, then I would say that that is more likely to open more doors for us for other games that we thought would never happen. I mean, like, also, if we get Mother 3, you never know. I don't know. There've been stranger things. I mean, heck, we finally got Seiken Densetsu 3 after 20 years, and honestly, I do feel like a lot of people had given up on getting an official English translation of that. And it took a long time. I mean, the collection came out in Japan, what, like a couple of years before it came out here? We shall see. All we can really do is spend our money on things that we want game developers to keep making, spend the money on what we want to see, and wait. Oh, that would be really cool, Meander. Reggie was wearing a pin of himself at the Game Awards that was an Earthbound style. Yeah, I do feel like we've been getting a big upswing in JRPG nostalgia and like people wanting to return to JRPGs over the past few years. Like Octopath Traveler did way better than Square Enix thought it was going to do by like a landslide. So, I don't know. I think we're seeing a bit of a resurgence here, and Final Fantasy VII Remake, the fact that, I mean, you can play it on action. I probably will play it on action mode because it looks really fun, but the fact that they made it so you can play it essentially turn-based if you want, it is a nice little, like, nod to its JRPG roots and sort of keeping that intact with it. One thing that had to do with the atmosphere of this game when it came out is it was one of the first to do 3D environments with a fully rotatable camera. Yeah, but it does still have the 2D sprites. Plus, I imagine that probably helped with compression a lot. Kind of like Suikoden 2 also has 2D models in a bit more of a 3D world. Hi, Ziggy. Hi, how are you doing today? And hi, Faye, how are you? It's good to see you guys. I don't know, I'm just really excited at the prospect of JRPGs seeing a bit more light. When I feel like even 5 years ago, there wasn't a whole lot coming out, or at least not that I saw. All right, I'm gonna ask literally every single question. Where is Solaris?
What bugs me is the surface dwellers thing. It's as if Solaris is in another location. Like, up in the clouds or something? Yes, well... Eternic, the capital of the Solaris Empire, is located in the skies above. Solaris is separated from the land by dimensional distortion fields known as gates.
Alright, that's interesting. I guess to keep the riffraff out, as they'd probably call it. Windy, windy, timey-wimey stuff?
Passing between the two requires special means of transportation, such as an airship.
Ah!
Of course, an airship.
Perfect! That's my favorite JRPG trope, getting an airship. Oh yeah! Yeah, I have these little memo pads, like from the 90s. Not literally, I mean, I bought them new, but I used to have a bunch of these back in the 90s, and I actually first started taking physical notes on stream when I played the Danganronpa series, and I just sort of kept doing it after that because it reminded me how much I missed taking notes. I used to do that all the time when I was younger, when I would find out like special passcodes for a game, or like you know, like the password for one of the levels in Super Mario RPG. In the ship, you have to get like a password to pass the door. I would like write down the password so that the next time I play the game, I could just go look at my notes instead of having to remember what it was. I'm pretty sure I used to have passwords for different levels in the Aladdin Super Nintendo game somewhere. Hi, Cool Citizen. Hi, Darksider. How you guys doing? You never saw airships much till you started playing Final Fantasy? Airships are great. I still have them, Critter. And when we eventually play Danganronpa V3, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take notes in the same one that I have my Danganronpa 2 notes in. The OG strat guide. Dude, okay, back in my day, I used to read the Final Fantasy VI strategy guide snuggled up in bed at night. Because that thing literally read like a book. The person who wrote that guide is one of my favorite people in the world, even though I don't remember their name. I never met them, but I could never get past like Castle Figaro in that game when I was younger. So I would literally read the guide that we had because it would also give you little story beats in it. And it would tell you what was happening to the characters. It was really well written. Oh, you have it too? I've still got it in storage. It's really beat up now. It's in terrible condition, but I do still have it in storage. God, no, Meander. No, I'm not starting the year off with Danganronpa. I got too much stuff to play. Hi, Arathia. How you doing today? You read board game rules to learn them while you go to bed? That's awesome. No, yours had its cover torn off. Oh, I'm sorry, BGG. Yeah, mine has some rips actually on the quarters for the cover. I think we taped them. You have the OG Final Fantasy Player's Guide for Nintendo Power? That's the same one. I don't think we ever actually had that Nintendo Power, but that's the same one where Nintendo's like, try, you know, if you want an extra challenge, try playing through the game with only white mages. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I did that actually. Because I'm not smart. Or no, maybe, no, I am smart. Well, I don't know. I'd like to think I'm at least average, but I was crazy enough to do it. Really, it was my fault. Somebody asked me, hey, this was like 4 months into me streaming, over 4 years ago. Somebody was like, hey, Spoonee, will you ever do a white mage challenge run of Final Fantasy 1? And I jokingly, but I guess serious because I did it, was, yeah, sure, if I ever get partnered, we'll do a run. And then I got partnered, and then that was literally the first question I got. So, Spoonee, when's the white mage run? I had never actually even beaten Final Fantasy 1. Woo! That was fun. I did upgrade to White Wizards because I didn't feel like being extra crazy. I'm making you miss GamePro and EGM. You had a huge collection of Nintendo Power and GamePro magazines, but you threw them away. Oh, that sucks, Pete. I mean, to be fair to yourself, I don't think we all realized how much not only they would be valuable monetarily, but like how much nostalgically we would miss them. Like back in the day, me and my brother used to trade in old systems and old games when we would get new consoles. And I really wish we hadn't done that either. We just didn't know any better. I think we've all probably done it. Ollie, are you hungry, buddy? Do you need some more food? Is that what you're thinking? Let me get you some more food real quick. I am, Faye. Sometimes it takes me a while to get everything done, but I am a woman of my word. You never sold any of your old games? Good. I'm glad one of us didn't make that mistake. I wasn't as bad as my brother. Like, I refused to let him get rid of Secret of Mana and Super Mario RPG. So, I got so upset about it that my mom actually paid my brother because like the price essentially of what he was going to sell the games for so that we would keep them. Because he wanted to trade them all in towards PS1. What? Really, Matt? Some of the Persona games aren't in the collection? Oh, that's really weird. That's super weird. I know collections have been having an issue, but I will double check because I definitely highlighted them all. Thank you for letting me know. That would have been scary. Let me write that down in a sticky note, and I will take a look at that and see about getting them added because they definitely need to be in there. I don't know where my thing of sticky notes went. Here they are. Super Mario RPG is worth a lot more than a PS1. I mean, I don't know about that. You can actually get, Super Mario RPG isn't, like, monetarily that expensive, but I'm really thankful that my mom, realized how much those games meant to me and kind of was like, yeah, I'll just like give you some money for them so that we can keep them for your little sister. Hi, Crimson Viper. How you doing? But yeah, sorry about that, Matt. I'm glad that you found them. Thank you again for letting me know. Let me check P5 collections. The video's missing. Okay. Right now you can't even find the collection. Yeah, I don't know why. So I'm actually planning on sending in a report about it. If you want to as well, Matt, the more people that report it, the better. But we've noticed that sometimes the collections just won't load. It'll load like 2 of them, and that's it. And I don't know why, because they absolutely exist. But it's like, it's not just an exclusive thing to my channel. It's like everyone's channel. If a streamer has like over a certain amount of collections made, sometimes they're broken. Oh, is it in the individual collection? That might be why, TBF. Oh yeah, please, yeah, thank you, Faye, for clarification. Don't report the collection, because that's like a report against that specific collection, as if something is like bad with it. But if you fill it as support ticket, because the more of us that do that, the more Twitch will know that it's a problem. Because if we don't say anything, then they don't know. But I will make sure, just to check, I'll make sure that they're all physically in there. And I do need to send in a support ticket myself. Yeah, it's really strange. I have no idea. I don't know why that bug turns up now. But it started up one day. You glad you held onto your copy of Sunset Riders? Sophomore year college roommate was playing a strange game called Persona. You didn't really get it at the time, but clearly it's become a popular franchise. Yeah! I mean, I had never heard of it till I started streaming, and I played Persona 5 last year, and I absolutely loved it. I think it's a really good starting place for the series if you want to get into it. It's very long, for sure. I personally sunk 180 hours into the game. People, you can beat it faster. Keep in mind, like, I play games slower because I'll do things like this where I'm, we're just sitting on the screen because I'm talking to you guys because it's a stream, and I do enjoy talking to you guys. What am I drinking? Water. It's water in a Panera Bread cup because that's where I went for lunch today, and I like to bring extra water whenever I play JRPGs, because voicing everything can hurt my throat if I don't have something to drink. Oh, you played Persona because of me? That's awesome, Silas. Also, hi, how you doing? Hi, Tuna. Hi, Kingy. Yourself got rid of so many classic rare PS1 and 2 games at EB Games in New York growing up. Oh, jeez. The guy was gritting when you gave him Rare Mint games in exchange for a Dreamcast, and you were like, yeah, this is great. I'm so sorry. I really feel like most of us have had that happen. You know what? The dude at the EB Games that my brother traded in our stuff to probably smiled the same exact way. My brother sold our copy of Final Fantasy VI on Super Nintendo, and it took me years to find another copy of it. My sister actually found a copy at a garage sale for like $5 somehow, and she snagged it for me immediately, and that's why I still have a copy of the game. Oh yeah, no worries, BGG. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really appreciate it. It's always good to see ya. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. $180. Oh, you love to get lost in games? Oh yeah, Persona's got a ton of content. It's really good. You know, I already have way too many RPGs lined up, but you'd love to see me play Persona 3 or 4 someday. Actually, we're at the P4G. I have a copy of, Metal sent me a physical copy for PS Vita, and I have the PS TV so I can stream it. I was planning on playing that this year. It was on the 2019 list, but there were just so many that I didn't get around to it. It's definitely going on the 2020 list, though, and I'd really like to play through it next year. I've heard super good things about P4G. And hi, TVF. How are you today, by the way? It's really good to see you. You were told not to sell some of your games by your GameStop. You're really glad now? That's really cool of them. Like, if I had worked at GameStop back then, I would have done the same thing. I'd be like, we'll give you this for it, but if you want my personal opinion, it's worth a lot more and you should definitely keep it. Yeah, batteries got all your stuff. I mean, yeah, that's why he, like, pulled out your old N64 and, bought Xena and then decided to get world records so that I would have to tie him on it. Anyway, so we were talking about Solaris.
Passing between the two requires special means of transportation, such as an airship. To get to Eve, we stowed away on a regular flight to the surface.
I came much later than Sigurd did, but I also escaped in the same way. Who's that man? No, we're gonna ask about the lambs. Yes, we do, Rio. You see why they didn't want me on our register? Dang, Faye, thanks! You wish there were people like me working at game stores. Well, I mean, I did. I worked at a GameStop for like 2 months. I actually really enjoyed organizing all of their Wii games at the time. Yeah, you totally can, Grin. You can replace the batteries in your old cartridge games, which I highly recommend. If you have an old cartridge game and you're comfortable with opening it, definitely change your batteries for the saves, because otherwise one day you might just have them disappear. Yeah, it works. Yeah, you can do that for Super Nintendo games. You can do that for Game Boy games. If you're concerned about it, but you're willing to try, I mean, you could always try it on a game that you're, like, you could get, like, I don't know, go buy, like, one of those $1 or $2, like, sports game carts or something to test it out on, but there's all kinds of YouTube videos on how to do it. No, oh, even that is a compliment. No, it's okay, Faye. I mean, I just laughed. Oh, you introduced your mom to Twitch for the first time earlier today, TVF? And she goggled the whole phenomenon. She loves and is eager to learn more tomorrow. That's great. That's fantastic. Hi, Konovis. Welcome. How you doing today? This is actually my first time playing the game. I'm having a good time with it. What are lambs? I mean, we kind of already know the answer to this, but I really just want to ask Sigurd about everything. I just want him to tell me. There's batteries in the cartridges? Yeah! So, cosplay, any Super Nintendo or NES games that save, that you own, have a battery that specifically powers the save. Like, that's how you saved back then, because we didn't have memory cards, so it was actually in the cart itself. Yeah, in the actual cartridge. Yeah, there's a battery in there. N64 as well. Lambs are... Hi, Keelan. How you doing? Yeah, I want to get, like, a soldering gun and stuff. You feel like saying you worked at Blockbuster dates you? Dude, I miss Blockbuster, Rathia. I used to rent Harvest Moon for Super Nintendo from Blockbuster every single weekend. You need to replace the battery in your Pokemon Gold. Same, actually. I need to replace the battery in my Pokemon Silver because it died. Fun fact.
Fun fact.
I need my, like, where are my nerd glasses? I don't know, I can't find them. Or not lost, I just can't find them. Fun fact, Bard Nerd. The reason why Pokemon Gold and Silver carts actually run out their battery faster is due to the fact that was the first Pokemon game that ever kept track of whether it was night or day, and turns out, well, that takes more juice. So, meanwhile, my copy of Pokemon Red, the battery still works fine, but Pokemon Silver, nope, it's dead. Also, fun fact, that was the cart that I had my Mew on. Na 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 na. You remember? Oh my god! Printing the Pokemon stickers at Blockbuster. That was when Pokemon Snap first came out, right? Oh, that's cool, Grin. Hi, Bet. How are you today? Yeah, I used to play the Pokemon TCG. Back when you had to, like, when they had, like, actual, like, Pokemon League stuff at the card shops, in storage, I actually still have the Rock Badge and the Water Badge. I don't remember what their official names are, but I have them. You would get stamps in your book, and once you got the full row of stamps, then you would collect a new badge, and, like, that's how you collected all of the Pokemon badges, and I had the first two. I need to get them out of storage. I actually have a bunch of pins that are above my monitors. I should take a picture of them one day. Big oof indeed. Or wait, that says big off. Wait, cosplay, I gotta know, why does Dan have an emote of big off? And hey, by the way, just as a side note too, if you just learned this, that's a good thing, because guess what? You are one of the lucky 10,000 today. That's a good thing.
Is plotting happening? Isn't plot always happening with Xenogears?
Yes.
Bard think.
Yes, it is. Plot! Plot! Plot's always happening. Charlotte, thank you so much for 2 whole years. Welcome back, my friend. I hope you continue to enjoy joining us in our quest for fun. Ding, ding. Hi, Shala. How are you doing today? Why don't I have one? I don't know. Now I just need to go ask Dan why he has an emote of big off. Plot and plotting, always happening, exactly. Used to have the pets from Sonic Adventure 2 on the memory pack, and you always forget how quick those batteries would drain, so you'd lose them. Oh, man! Yeah, the Dreamcast memory cards with the screen! I forgot all about those.
That is the word Solarians.
Lamb.
Lamb is the word Solarians use to indicate those who live on the Earth. As I said before, such surface dwellers or Earth dwellers are used for manual labor there.
That sucks.
Manual labor could be anything from soldiers to administrative jobs. Solaris gathers its workforce from the land dwellers. Jobs are divided up by who's most suitable. Sometimes people are brainwashed.
Okay, that's really unnerving. Now I'm suspicious. Why don't, yeah, I know, I figured that's why what you meant was, why don't I have a big off emote? Because I thought it was big oof. Is it like a meta thing where the oof is so meta that it's actually spelt wrong? And that's the real big oof? Hi, Hobbs, how are you doing? Hi, Cheese.
Brainwashed? young master were still an infant, I was used as a test subject. There was probably something they valued inside of me.
So they tried to brainwash you? You too, Doc?
No. I was born in the lower city levels. It's not a complete secret, but I guess I'm a Solarian. You see, you still need people to run a country. No matter how scientifically advanced you are, you have no support without people. Pure Solarians are rare. They would not even make up a quarter of Ave's total population. So they support their country by stealing surface dwellers.
Gee, how nice of them. Yeah, why didn't they have like... Yeah, okay, listen. You guys can create giant gear robots, but you can't make regular robots to do menial tasks. Also, is there a cat? Luna, she went and sat behind the Christmas tree.
Luna.
What are you doing? She's like, I hide here. You guys see a cat? You see, find the cat. Find the cat.
Luna.
Luna. Luna, what are you doing? Luna. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I got you. What are you doing? Are you gonna lay down? Or are you gonna try to stealth behind the tree again? She's like, I go. Are you leaving? Are you leaving? I go, mother. Okay, bye. Bye, Luna. She wanted to interrupt the stream to hide behind the Christmas tree and try to chew on it. Yeah, Luna's like, but Mom, I'm a gift. I'm just putting myself under the tree because I'm such a gift. Bart Bach. Oh, regular robots just aren't cool. Dang it! Yeah, probably Rocky. I mean, that's cats, right? Push. Oh yeah, also yeah! I have... Wait, Trop. Have you not seen all my stuffed animals? Hang on, sorry, hold the phone. Have you not seen all my stuffed animals? Yeah, I have Vivi and Pikachu back here behind the tree. There's a tiny little Rossetti amiibo over here too. And then I also have a Moogle, a Ditto Pikachu, Monokuma. I have Appa from Avatar The Last Airbender. I also have Cloud and KK Slider. Only 30% of the human population could read cat facial expressions? I imagine it also is probably highly dependent on, like, do you have a cat by any chance, Bum Rocky? Because I don't feel like I was really able to tell how cats feel until I got a cat. And then you just sort of pick up on some of the subtleties. Swoosh. It's an I Spy picture. Oh, you asked us to guess what was... Oh. Your memes, yeah, your memes are so advanced that they just go over my head now. Oh, not anymore, but you grew up with cats. Yeah, that might be why. No, really, they do, Kaylin. Like, when Luna smells something that she doesn't like, she makes this face. She opens her mouth a little and she goes... Like when she smells Ollie. Apparently, she thinks Ollie smells weird. Oh, use the Twitch API to query the rest of collections, and most of videos in the P5 collection folder fine. It's just okay. It is just the website. Okay, thank you, Matt. Thank you for letting me know. I'm definitely gonna send in a kind support ticket just to let them know what's going on. Yeah, their ear positioning, the way their tails are too. Like, if a cat's tail is flicking back and forth like this, they tend to be more annoyed. If it's like a slow, like this, then they could be excited. If their ears are back, they're usually not too happy. But I mean, dogs are kind of like that too, right? You always want to use support tickets to send the team supportive messages. As much as I'm sure they would appreciate a supportive message, I also don't really know how long their queues are, so I don't know if they might be... I don't know. I've never really had a job where I went through support tickets. Who's that man? Who's that man? It's Carr.
His name is Carr. Karan Ramses. As you know, he's the Gebler commander. Ramses. We call him Carr.
I feel like he might also be one of the elements. Wait, which page is that on?
In Solaris, there's an officer training school called Dugan. He became the commander after leaving there.
He is a lower-level citizen, the same as me. However, with his amazing abilities, after graduating, he rose to the ranks with unparalleled speed.
That man had one ideal: to achieve a consolidation of all his colleagues. Even land dwellers, if they had talent, were brought into the army. So you two were picked by Ramses?
No, we were not picked by him. We aligned ourselves with him.
At that time, we agreed with him.
At the time, Ramses was our hope. He had high ideals and wanted to change the system in Solaris. To us, test subjects and lower-level citizens, he was truly all we wished for.
A benefactor? Yes. Even I, a test subject, was changed by his ideals.
Okay, so Ramses used to be a good guy? Oh no! So this is actually the 2-year shirt, Sleepy? This is the one that we had a couple of years ago that has about 300 names on it. The 4-year shirt. So the main thing that I had a trip up on, so I was trying to make sure that it will get printed correctly, and unfortunately, I've kind of been having some issues with Design by Humans. So I am actually looking into getting a new store for us entirely. So that's on my long list of things that I'm trying to catch up on now that I'm back from vacation. So I am working on it. I'm going to be moving all of the old designs onto the new store as well, and I will let you guys know when that's ready, and that's also when we will premiere that 4-year design, which I mentioned that earlier, but again, I apologize that I haven't actually been able to put it out yet. You know what? Let's ask why they left.
So, why was it you wanted to flee from Solaris? We were placed in key military positions by Ramses. And thanks to that, we came to know the relationship between Solaris and the surface dwellers. The lambs, right? They weren't just using us lambs for slave labor. They also selected some of us, like me, to be used as subjects in experiments to refine their drugs. Drugs that change people's personalities to make them more aggressive and to draw out their latent abilities.
Okay, so I'm gonna just write in my notes, bad drugs. That's really messed up.
They were using us as human guinea pigs to test their psychological alteration drugs. Human guinea pigs? Experimenting on humans? Yes. For example, drive. That drug, and all others like it that are used now, are byproducts of human experimentation.
Man, that's messed up. Notes! Hi, Mozzie. I'm liking the game a lot so far. How you doing? Yeah, it's, Techie designed this shirt. He also designed this one that I'm wearing, and it's really good. So I am excited to unveil it once the story is ready. And thank you guys for being patient about it. I think you're all gonna love it. However, the role of such experimental subjects was not limited to just that. This drive drug is something that anyone in the Solaris army can use? At least anyone in the Gebler forces who is sent to the surface. That seems like that one guy that definitely seemed like he was drugged up that we fought.
You're worried about her, huh? I saw some in her room.
No.
Anyway, using slaves as guinea pigs. How low are these guys?
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Bart was just implying he saw some of those drugs in Ellie's room, which really sucks.
Damn!
Okay, I'm also gonna write that down too. I will write down everything! I don't know, Caleb. Perhaps we will find out. I understand.
I think I get most of it. Old Nisan, go reserve the town hall for us. We'll finish talking there. I'm going outside to get some air.
Man, it got all quiet.
I should have been honest with him sooner.
It is best not to worry about it. You did all you could at the time. The young one would understand. Is it bad that all I can think of is the song Drive from the 80s? I'm sure the young master would never have dreamed of such a tale. I guess you already knew? Well, now that you ask, yes, I did. However, when Sigurd was telling his story, I thought it was best to stay quiet. Please try and help the young master come to terms with all he's just heard. I'd actually really like to save. I'd like to save, please. I'm gonna see if I can step outside the town real quick to make a save. Plus, I think Bart said he was going out here anyway. Maybe? I mean, he might just be in another part of town. But I want to save. Because it's been a while. We haven't saved in a while, and we've seen a lot of plot. Whew! Okay, I feel better now. Hey, Super Nintendo. Yeah! Yeah, I saw! They're gonna be speedrunning Last Wish, the raid. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I'm very excited. How are you doing today? Yeah, actual plot. Can't keep secrets from the butler. Okay, so I also just realized I've been live for almost 4 hours and I haven't taken a break. I am almost out of water and I've been out of coffee for a while, so I think I'm gonna take a small break here. I'm gonna stretch my legs, make some tea, get some more water, and then when we return, we'll play more Xenogears. I'll be going until about midnight Pacific, so we got about, yeah, we got like 2 hours left in the stream still. We got a ways to go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the follows today. Welcome to the stream if you're new. Thank you guys for being here. Don't go too far. More silliness, shenanigans, and Xenogears coming your way. Alright, you guys, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. I hope you had a nice little break there, too. Swoosh! Hi! I'm back. I got myself some chamomile tea, a little more water, and I'm ready to play more Xenogears. How about you guys? Hi, Sane Slammer. How are you doing today? Hey, Serpent Blight. Yep. We are still here. I'm actually still going to be here for almost 2 hours. Close to that. I'm usually here till about midnight Pacific. How you doing? How's everyone's Friday going? Alright, so I think we might need to talk to Bart. Oh, wait a minute. There was this section over here. What is this? Secret dock. I don't know. Let's see if we went to the secret dock. Secret dock. I can't believe it's you. Secret dock. Oh, how I know it's true. No, okay, I don't see him here. I mean, he said he was stepping outside. I don't know if he meant literally leaving the village. Just going to some other location. Nice, Nehru, congrats! Dude, Simple and Clean is my favorite song from Kingdom Hearts, hands down.
My dad was saying there was going to be a war, so we should move somewhere else.
Moving fixes everything, right? Totally. Oh, there's Bart. I see him. Okay, I can go up here. Let's go talk to Bart.
I see you, Bart.
Bart! Bart! This is a nice bridge. Are you, There we go. I was like, can I talk to you? He moved to the other end of the bench. That'll work. That'll save us. Hi, Spectre. Welcome. How you doing today? Yeah, it's my first time playing Xenogears. I'm enjoying it a lot so far.
I had no idea Sig had such a past.
Are you still suspicious of Sigurd?
Well, I mean, it was just so sudden. I kind of expected to hear something different, like that we were childhood rivals or something. But that's nothing compared to the story he just told us, is it?
So, hearing his story has you confused because it was not so simple. There was a time when he was cooperating with one of Gebler's generals. Furthermore, behind Gebler was a country that you had never even heard of.
Hey, what are you picking on me for?
No, I'm not picking on you or blaming anything on you. What I'm saying is this. If you think about how he feels, then you should see why he could not talk about this without you till now, or with you till now. Looking at the activities of Solaris towards other countries up until now, it has never gone beyond simply maintaining their own empire or self-preservation. And as you've seen, their military power is immense, so Sigurd was probably thinking ahead. First, he was probably concentrating on taking care of the problems here on the continent of Ignis. Once things were settled here, it would give him a stronger foundation to deal with Solaris later, which is a much better plan than rushing straight into a war he knew we could not win. Quite logical, really. He's got a point. I have no idea, Barney. Mitsuda really is, though. I think the KH3 DLCs are coming out in January, Link. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I think I've heard people say in chat before. We were childhood rivals. Satan's real name is Gary Oak. I think it's Hyuga. That's what he said before. Oh yeah, I really like Satan so far from what I've seen of him. I look forward to learning more about him. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes about all the characters. I'm sure this notebook will honestly probably be full by the end of this game, and I'm fine with that.
Sounds like you understand one another pretty well.
Well, it's not like we are newly acquainted, is it? And we had talked about a lot of things up until we decided to escape from Solaris.
Speaking of that, why did you leave? That Ramses guy was supposed to be a star of hope or something, wasn't he?
Yes, I certainly thought so at first, but then I realized his way of thinking really was not that much of a change from the previous system. Basically, the only difference was whether they stressed people's rank and class or their skill. The words had changed, but it was still no different from what Solaris itself had been doing until then. He had no intentions of bringing everyone a better way of life.
In other words, he's an elitist. I don't think I like him much either. So, Satan, do you think I can beat Gebler?
Why? Are you planning on fighting them?
As long as they're working with Shakan, there's no way around it. The way things are going, I'm sure we'll have to fight them sooner or later.
I suppose so, but even if we were to defeat the Gebler forces here, there's still Solaris to deal with.
If we are not careful, it is possible that we may get involved in a longer war than that with Shikon. Do you not agree that continuing the way we have been going is rather hard on everyone? I think it is time we try to get help from a greater number of people. So, defeating Shikon's not going to get rid of the likes of Gubler. I know what you're trying to say. To vanquish Gubler, first gain thy throne, right?
Ollie, are you being silly over there?
You could put it that way. What do you mean, you could put it that way? But then again, maybe it is time I did something about that.
Ollie, you're so silly. I love you.
You're so silly.
You're my silly parrot. Thank you, Ollie. Thanks for the kiss. Hi, Joel. How you doing? Hi, Synchrony. Yeah, this one's very soothing. I like it a lot. Okay, I already forgot what house we're renting. Hey, there was a save point in here!
Young master, the old man from the gun room sent me here for supplies. If you want, I can also get gear parts you may need. Just tell me. Wow, good preparations! If that's the case, please get the parts we need.
Ooh. Oh, I kind of spent all my money. I kind of spent all my money, so oh boy, I can't afford any of this. Whoopsie doodles. I'm gonna save here though. I still love the sound it makes when you save. Sounds like what I would imagine a Gears sounds like taken off into space. This place has gotten to be a pain. My family's fleeing north to the mountains. I'm here to buy supplies. Come on in. Yep. Little money. Little money. Little money. It's because I spent all my money on Omega Souls. Because I realized I could use them out of combat, and that's incredibly useful. I think... No, it wasn't that one, was it? I don't know. I think it was this one. Yep, Little Money is also my rapper name. True story. Not that I actually know how to rap. So, okay, I guess we need to go to the town hall. Some of the songs in this game are your absolute favorite. Yeah, I mean, I loved all the soundtracks for Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, and so far, I've been loving everything in Xenogears too. When we do get around to, whatever areas have your favorite songs, feel free to let me know once I hear it. The song is kind of difficult to get around in. So it's finally begun. My late father always said, don't miss the greater happiness by being misled by minor sufferings. It hurts me to see our children placed in danger, but if it moves our country in the right direction, then it's in their benefit. I didn't try going this way. Why can't I go this way? I just want to go a direction. Yeah, like, it basically won't let me go around the map at all. That was weird. There was a shadow on my head. Metal? See, I feel like out of context, that comment would be very concerning, but I'm going with the assumption that you're playing a video game. Are you, oh shoot, didn't you buy like, oh, there was some kind of simulator. Were you the one that bought one of those driving sim games the other day? Whole raps about Battletoads. The offer still stands, Trap, that I will play Battletoads with you in person at GDQ. Studio! Let's go in the studio. Oh, you were playing Boss Simulator. Okay, that was you that bought it. I was like, I feel like you bought a driving simulator the other day, and I can't remember what it was. Because we had a conversation about how I have American Truck Simulator, and I haven't played it yet. Whatever happens, I'll never move from here. Okily dokily. 2-player turbo tile. Gotta be better than Desert Bus Simulator? Oh, for sure. Wait, but this is the cathedral. Hey chat. Where the heck is this town hall we're supposed to be meeting at? Hiya, Benita. How you doing today? Too bad I can't just declare a town hall. It's just one of the buildings in town. Okay. Well, time to wander aimlessly. I'm good at that. Also, I don't know why. I think it's because Trap was talking about a restaurant. Now I just, like, really want noodles. I really just want, like, udon noodles now. I'm from the Royal Army stationed down south. I may work for the current government, but my heart belongs to Nisan. I cannot desert it. I hear there are lots of people like me who are gathering here. The residents here are kindly renting me this room. Now I'm waiting here until something starts happening. Say noodles. Oh, yeah, that's what I've heard, Suspector, is that Xenogears is great, but also flawed because the second disc was kind of rushed. I've been avoiding really hearing any detail on it, just because I want to have as fresh and as blind of a perspective towards it as I can. We'll see. I will definitely let you guys know how I feel. Hi, Blackheart. How you doing? Hey, it's not my fault, Meander. Trop was the one who mentioned a restaurant. Oh, hey, I found it! Yay! I found it! Thank you, Rock Bottomless. You want yakisoba? Yes, please. I will take some yakisoba. You're doing great. You here to watch Ollie take over the world? He's doing a good job right now. As you can see, Ollie's doing an amazing job at taking over the world. He's doing great. He's gonna take a nap. Yep, he's plotting for world friendship. You're relaxing and playing Super Animal Royale. Nice, Amanita. Hope you're enjoying it. Oh, some notice it, some don't. You really enjoy this game a lot, though. There's so much detailed storytelling. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of detail in the writing and the characters so far, and I really enjoy that a lot. That's part of the reason why I've been taking notes on the characters and stuff, because I really want to give Xenogears my full attention, if that makes sense. I only get to play it for the first time once, so I want it to have my full attention. Twitch making people hungry? Must be a day ending, and why?
I went to the tool shop to borrow a table. The owner said, if we need anything for the young master, just ask for it. I'm grateful.
Free table!
When I was a kid, I borrowed stuff from there and got in big trouble.
Borrowed? What did you take?
A toy boat? I think that's what it was.
A toy boat? There was one of those in Untitled Goose Game! Honk!
I put fireworks in it and let it float on the cathedral's lake. I always used to play Navy. I'm not sure, but I think I pretended the lake was the open sea. And I was the fleet commander. Anyway, forget those old stories. We should get started. First, Gobbler's the big problem.
I feel like I should be pointing to something here. Hang on. So, he said,
Gobbler is the big problem! Big problem! Big problem!
You can't read it now.
Big problem!
Wait, I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. Big problem! Gobbler is a big problem! It's very big! Very big. See? Big problem. Yes, Ramses is headed towards achieving his goals. That he is now the commander of Gebler is proof of that. A normal man could not progress so quickly through that country's organization. And now he is presently located here in Ignis. Frankly, the situation is not very favorable. We need to somehow find a weak spot and attack it with all our might.
First, let's just concentrate on Shakan. Once he's out of the way and affairs safe again, we can think about how to deal with Gobbler. With our present strength, we should be able to hold off the Royal Guard forces. The problem is how to deal with Gobbler in the meantime. They'll most likely move at Shakan's request. They're not just gonna sit by and watch quietly.
May I have a look there, please? In short, we want Gobbler to leave for a while. At least until we are able to take back the royal capital, Bledvik. These are the Gobbler units currently in Aver, correct? Yep, they're shaped exactly like a Tetris block. Maddle redeems a highlighted message. Big problem! Big problem! Big problem. The Western Guards. The Royal Capital Defense Force. Big old Tetris-shaped problem. and units along the front line at the border with Kislev. There are 3 main groups. Each is made up of a mix of Gebler and Aver forces. Only 2 of these very large. The Royal Capital's defense units and the Kislev border units. The Western Guard along Nisan's border are little more than a surveillance team. Don't pursue Lubo! They'll suppose that, yeah, if we had a line, a cube, and an L-shaped piece, can we just knock them out? Can we just knock them out by making Tetris?
In order to recapture the royal capital, it'll be necessary to draw these defense units away from Ledvik.
We have some Kislev-made gears, correct?
Yeah, we captured some earlier.
Cool beans. What if we use those gears to make a raid on the Western Guards? Here at the border with Nisan.
I see. We'll draw them out by making it look like Kislev is invading Aver. But the problem is, will attacking the border guards be enough to set the center in motion?
To be sure then, Nisan will just have to appear to align with Kislev. If they see it that way, they will certainly make a move.
You saying that you intend to use this song as bait?
Doc!
Shakan's very sensitive to Nisan and Kislev's actions. If Nisan starts moving, he'll probably leave it up to Gebler, but...
Of course, I do not wish to do that from the beginning, but looking at the situation, we have to be willing to go that far.
First, we infiltrate into the capital. To take out Shakan, we'll have to meet up with our agents already in the city.
We are forgetting one thing. The frontline units along Kislev's border.
Oh,
Da 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 da! I don't yell it, you say it in the most matter-of-fact, deep deadpan voice you can possibly come up with that somehow still conveys all caps. I don't think I'm that talented. The main strength of Aver's fleet is the battleship Kefenzel. It's been in service since the reign of the last king. Because of its firepower, the whole unit is nicknamed the Invincible Fleet. I recall yesterday's intelligence report said that the ship is near the border.
damn! That puts everything in jeopardy.
You don't feel so down. I simply wanted you to see the current distribution of force in the area. Even in the worst case that they do come, it will not be such a great problem.
What do you mean?
I have some additional information about Aver's border fleet. The former Aver Supreme Commander was transferred there. Not really transferred, more like demoted. His name is Vandekam. By the way, I don't know, I just kind of want to call him Wonderwall. I think I'm going to call him Wonderwall. Oh yeah, I don't know, I actually have a lot of patience. I don't know if I would say infinite patience, but I have a lot of patience. I've played a lot of JRPGs. In fact, if you're curious about all the other games that I have played and completed on stream, you can type !games, plural. I'm a pretty patient lady. I'm gonna give it all I got. Also, thank you guys, by the way, for not giving away too much stuff about the game, because I'm enjoying just coming at it fresh. Hi, Zigzags, how you doing? Hi, Pipe Choke, welcome. How you doing today? Not like the anagram game. Oh, hey, that did work, Drop. Apparently highlighted message do work for commands. That's pretty awesome.
Wonderwall.
Someone's gonna come in, and I'm gonna call him Wanderwall, and they'll be like, super confused.
You don't. Maybe I should just say his name normally. You don't mean the Vandercombe that was in Jugend.
The very same. Young one, he has not been able to adapt to the change in tactics, particularly following the introduction of gears. He is a man who will never stray from his dependence on large naval guns. He likes guns!
You mean he's stubborn? He is all size and no real military power, an excellent target for pirates.
Oh, that actually explains that giant gun they had in the castle.
Young master, this is not going to be an act of piracy. Just kidding.
Actually, the number of gears assigned to the fleet seems to have been reduced. Even with that, how gallant of him to be so self-righteous.
Is he that much of a musclehead? It'll be fun taunting him. Young master! I know! Anyway, Satan, do you think he can strike our gear forces?
It's not a problem. Even with Vandercombe, we have enough forces left to put off the feint. However, it would not be wise to underestimate our opponents. Maybe next time you will estimate me! You hear you need lots of patience for Legend of Dragoon? That one took me about 80 hours to complete. I would say, yeah, with probably with some things you need patience for Legend of Dragoon, but it's a really good game. I enjoyed the story a lot. The OST has some really good bangers, and the combat system, for me anyway, was really fun. I enjoyed it a lot. It's not everybody's cup of tea, though. You're doing good, Zigzags. Started playing Octopath Traveler today. Nice! I hope you're enjoying it. Hi, Kaju. Welcome. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. For... Please, also just, I mean, you're okay right now, but also definitely no expectation setting either. Thank you. Welcome to me playing Xenogears for the first time. I hope you're having a good day. I have heard of Rogue Galaxy. I have not played it, but fun fact, you can actually get Rogue Galaxy, I'm pretty sure, on PS4. I'm pretty sure Rogue Galaxy is on PS4. Oh, also, if you ever wanted to replay Xenogears, I'm sure you probably already know this, Spectre, but it is available on the PlayStation Network, so if you have a PS3, PS TV, or PS Vita, you can get it for like $10. Are there any PS1 RPGs that were really not that good? Yeah, Beyond the Beyond. I'm sure, I mean, like every generation, there's probably some RPGs and other games that aren't that great. And then, you know, do keep in mind when you ask folks what's a good game and what's not, you're also probably going to get people's opinions on what they enjoy, which is also different. But I watched BGG play some of Beyond the Beyond, and I have no idea how he finished that game. BGG has more patience than I do, because I would have quit. That game looked terrible. It looked very not good. You were about to say, Shala, that Beyond was the worst one he played. Would you, okay, out of curiosity, those of you that have played Beyond the Beyond and Quest 64, which one would you say was worse? If only you had $10? Oh, that's fair. That's totally fair. But yeah, it's a lot more affordable to buy it that way than trying to get a hold of the physical disc of Xenogears if you don't already have it. I just like to let people know when you can get official digital copies like that, because some of the games are really pricey. Worst one you played was a Tactics ripoff. Don't remember the name. I have no ideas then. I've never played Two Worlds. Quest 64 is worse? Oh my god, really? Quest 64 is worse? Yeah, I mean, Beyond the Beyond did have nice, colorful sprites. I'll give it that. I liked the animations. But, oof. I don't know. I've always wanted to try Quest 64 for giggles. I don't think I would ever beat it. But that was like one of those times where I never picked it up because I thought the box art didn't really look like it was something for me back in the day. Oh, you like Quest 64, but you were like 10. I mean, that's fair. Kurdo, honestly though, dude, even if you went back and played Quest 64 and you liked it now, that's fine. It's okay to like bad games too. Oh, an injury 3 years ago gave you seizures. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, T-Spectre. Yeah, I hope you are hopefully able to get better and get back to a normal life ASAP. Yeah, hopefully in due time. Two Worlds is amazingly bad. You can buy 1 and 2 on Steam and GOG. The offer to send me your copy still stands. Spoons, if you don't want, like, if you literally will never play it again, if you don't want it, then, I mean, I won't say no. Yeah, that's so weird that the guys who made Beyond the Beyond went on to make Golden Sun, which in itself, even though I did not enjoy it because I went into Golden Sun blind and I didn't realize that I needed to find all the special little spirits to like power up. So 3/4 of the way through the game, I was drastically underpowered and got super salty and quit because by then I was like, I don't want to use a game guide to enjoy this. So I gave up. I'll probably try it again in the future with a game guide. I was just done. But with that said, like Golden Sun objectively is not a bad game. Like it's actually pretty good, especially for like a starter RPG. It's pretty good. Do I like platform RPGs? Yeah, I honestly like pretty much any kind of RPG. Yo, I can't really think of any platform RPGs off the top of my head. Hi, Master Decoder. Yes, Beyond the Beyond. It's for the PlayStation 1. It was made by Camelot, and it is very not good. I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
Well, now that we know what we're up against, here's what we'll do.
Aye, Captain.
Turn that Tetris piece around. Apart from our main units headed for Blitovik, we must keep the fleet of the Kislev Borgia from returning to the capital.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for the host. Hi. How is the clip gathering? Oh, yeah. Yep. See, that's the thing, Spoons. That's one of the few games where my approach to playing games for the first time actually really hurt me. And the crappy thing is, I don't know if I would have wanted you guys to tell me, but yeah, it's definitely a game where you need to go into the mindset where you're going to want to explore literally everything and be comfortable with looking up a guide to find all of the spirit thingies. Because otherwise, it just, like, I had fun with it. It had really cool, like, I enjoyed the dialogue a lot. We were laughing for, like, the whole first half, and then everything just sort of went downhill when I didn't explore literally every nook and cranny and find everything. Brave Fensu Musashi? Dude, I have had that game recommended by so many people. It is 100% on my list. I don't have a copy of it at the moment, but I definitely would like to play it in the future. It's actually one of my moderators, Kepkafish, has been looking forward to me hopefully playing that at some point for, I don't know, like 3 years now. Oh, Rogue Galaxy is on PS Now. Nice.
you suggesting we have another unit?
A few effective soldiers to hold the enemy at bay. A small force is best.
Small force?
You mean like us? What if Faye leads a group of gears there? Yeah, I've always heard Brave Fencer Musashi is really good. If anyone wants a bad RPG that's actually good, pick up Guardians Crusade / Knight and Baby. Oh, what are those on Spoons? Also, oh, have a good night. Thank you for joining us. You rest well. 3 years, yeah. I mean, people have been asking me to play Xenogears for 4 years, Tuna. This is one of those games that once I started streaming and people started like joining the community, I would always get asked, hey, oh my god, have you ever played Xenogears? No, oh my god, it's my favorite game ever. You should play it. And now I finally am. It's like, it takes me forever to get to all these, but I eventually want to get to as many as I can. Like, I feel like I will probably never get to play as many wonderful video games are out there because I just don't have enough lifetimes to do so, but I want to play as many as possible. Hi, Nikki German. How are you doing today? Golf? Yeah, I heard that Golf Story was really good too. Oh, do they do Spectre? I think somebody told me the other day that they saw Brave Fencer Musashi on GameStop's website for like $30. Oh, actually, I might be able to check. I might be able to check and see if I can find it in like a week or so. My sister told me about a really good store to check out, so I might go there like next week and see what they have too. Oh yeah, I do have a P.O. box, and people have sent me games before. I usually just tell folks, like, make sure that it's a game that you want me to have forever, not like a game that you want me to borrow from your personal collection and then have back, because I'd feel super bad if anything ever happened to it, like if the mail lost it or something. And just that, like, I don't necessarily promise that I will 100% for sure play a game that gets sent to me, or like if I do, I don't know when I'll get to it. But I have played a few games that people have sent, and there's still a few that people have sent that I want to play, I just haven't gotten to them yet. You'll never play Xeno, but you're so glad you got to see someone else play it. Oh, you've been super busy lately? Well, I mean, hopefully a decent busy. Yeah, I know everybody gets really busy during the holidays for sure. And yeah, thank you, German. I hope yours do too. I'll never play a game like this, but I'm playing it right now. Gotcha. Have a good night, Ash. Thank you for joining us. You rest well. You know, in silly RPGs, but one of your friends recommended, I have low stats, but my class is leader. Oh my god! So I recruited everyone, I notified the Dark Lord. I want to play that, Shawl. I've heard it's really good. I want to play that game. I want to play that game. I would like to play that game. Me, yay! We're gonna do the thing.
Hold on now. There's no reason to involve you all in this.
Yeah, there is. We're the protagonists, Sigurd. I'll do it. Yes, let me do it. When do we leave? Yeah, that's right. Are your friends trying to figure out how to speedrun it? Oh, that would be so cool. Is your friend maybe gonna submit that to RPGs we love? That's one of those things, like, I've thought about submitting to, but I don't speedrun any RPGs, so I think I would play something way too slow. There wouldn't be room for me to finish the game because I'm too slow at them. Oh, she submitted a few things to it. Nice.
Are you sure?
We've come this far. Hey, we're friends to the end now. Yeah, friendship. Speed is everything. We should do this as soon as possible.
All right, tomorrow. I am truly grateful. Faye, Satan. Nod. Stoic nod, cause we're playing a JRPG. Yeah!
Yeah. Oh god, no, not speedrun Xenogears, Meander. I was just talking about, I haven't actually sat down to try and speedrun an RPG yet because I'm very slow at I mean, I still would like to try to learn, one of these days, I still want to try to learn how to speedrun Tress's story in Octopath. I still wanted to learn how to speedrun Paladin percent for Final Fantasy IV. It's just like, time, man. Time. Alright, Miss Factory, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it. You have a good rest of your night, too. Yeah, and then I did one run of the Kefka at Narsh speedruns, and that was super fun. And, I didn't even successfully do, half the tricks for that either, so I know I could get a lot better at it. And I could actually run it on Super Nintendo now.
There's no way we can lose. No one will die in vain.
Okay, Bart, why would you say that?
Well put, young master.
Haha. Yay. Paladin. Oh, it's super. Yeah, Paladin percent. I wanted to learn that one, Barney, because it's less intimidating to me than learning the full run of the 64 doors. And no 64 is just maybe a little too long for me personally to do. But yeah. Yeah, and Kefka and Narsh was a really nice starting point. I was actually really proud of myself, Shala. I got the lock skip in 2 tries. I was really, really happy. And then I giggled incessantly about the fact that we would have Moogle Sallies. Oh, when you were slowly waking up, you heard I wanted to play an RPG. Oh, yeah, with my nephew. Yeah, this FF6. I could literally, when he's old enough to read and absorb that a bit better in a couple of years or something, I can literally bring over my Super Nintendo Mini super easy and introduce him to it that way. Good morning. I mean, if that's something that you guys would be interested in seeing, is me getting a bit more back into speedrunning, let me know. I tried to speedrun Legend of Mana Dragon percent, and I actually got to the last boss following the route, but the last boss, the actual Mana Goddess, it's kind of frustrating to fight in the speedrun. Coexo's been working on routing. Oh, really? The PS1 version of FF4? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I think I played the fan translation of the JP cart on Super Nintendo for my first playthrough. I actually haven't played the PS1 version. What's with the long face? Not feeling well? Or are you feeling sad about saying goodbye? Or maybe you're just nervous?
Shut up, stupid! Don't bug me!
Teasing Bart is so much fun. Also, I really like Margie's outfit. Well, it's almost time.
Yeah. Is everyone ready to go? I'll be waiting here, so let me know when you're through preparing.
Okay, well, I don't have any money, so I'm just gonna go save. There's a new wind blowing today. If I ever replay FF4, it's gotta be the PSP one. I do have it. Insane Man actually gave me a copy of that one. I am not entirely sure how I would stream for my PSP, but I know there's a way to do it. Because Jeremy was the one that sent me the PSP with the HDMI splitter that I use for this. Literally this right now. I'm using the HDMI splitter for my PS3 so I can display it at 720p. I would just have to look into it. I had thought about if I replay it, Techie, that I would either do the PSP version or I would play the US Super Nintendo version I have to see what the differences are. So keep that in mind for your first RPG too. Octopath tugs on your heart, but you love the music of FF1 and 5. I mean, Octopath I don't think would be a bad first RPG. It's definitely a love letter to JRPGs, but I do think that story-wise, Octopath isn't super strong. It's pretty much 8 separate stories, and I don't feel that they really come together in a climax as well as a lot of people would hope. There is like a long thing you can do that's optional that helps with that some, but it's also very difficult. So I'm hoping that if they make an Octopath Traveler 2, they'll kind of rectify that. But with that said, I mean, I love the game. Like, I gave it a 9 out of 10 because I had so much fun playing it. And, I don't know. FF4 and FF6 are both really solid first entries. Especially, like, FF4 is a little bit less hard to get lost in. In the sense of like, oh my god, I don't remember what that one random guy said, or oh my god, I don't remember what direction that pigeon flew, and no one will ever tell me ever again what direction I'm supposed to go to find this person. I actually don't remember offhand, Crimson Viper. I'd have to literally stand on my chair to look, but if you'll remind me before the stream's over, I will look for you. It's just one that I think he got off Amazon. As long as it's a powered HDMI splitter, you should be fine. If it's not powered, then you won't really be able to use it to get past HECP. You can't do 1080p though, or at least I've never been able to get 1080p to work. Yeah, same, Shala. I usually, for people's first Final Fantasy, will recommend either FF4, FF7, or FF10. Trop actually played FF10 as his first RPG, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we saved. I guess we can just go back and tell Bart we're ready. Oh, no, Fighter Mage Thief. I loved Octopath. I was saying that... So, TBF was thinking about playing it as a first RPG. So I was saying that I do love Octopath Traveler, but with that said, it does kind of have the flaw of... It's more about the individual stories of the 8 characters without there really being that, like, really big, main, solid, overarching story that most RPGs have. So, usually, whenever people play Octopath Traveler, if they come by and, like, ask me, like, hey, what do you, would you recommend I play this? I try to let them know ahead of time, like, hey, just keep in mind it's more about the 8 individual stories so they don't get, like, disappointed. So I don't know, like, that was really the only negative I had about Octopath, is that it's kind of missing that overarching, really solid story. But I still had, like, such a blast playing it. I loved the 8 stories, even with the tropes. It's such a really beautiful love letter to JRPGs. And so I was just saying that I hope that if they make an Octopath Traveler 2, that they basically keep the exact same essence of everything they had and just also add a really good mainline story into it. No, don't play Titus Fantasy X as an intro. Don't do that. Yeah, I think I spent about 130 hours playing Octopath Traveler on stream when it came out. I did a release stream. I was that hyped for it. I lost which house they were in.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Alright, Crunk Man, I got you. Thank you so much for 8 months. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. How are you doing today? Since I played Danganronpa, will I be playing AI Salmon and Files? I'll admit, I don't know what that is, but I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna have to go with probably not. Danganronpa was kind of enough for me. I loved the 2 games, and I plan on playing V3 eventually. But whew, I think that's enough on my plate. Dude, yep, same, Shala. I would literally cry if they announced, hey, we're making a remaster of Final Fantasy, or like a remake of Final Fantasy VI in the style of Octopath Traveler using that engine. I would cry. I would literally cry. I'm so lost. Why did I ever leave that house? I knew this was gonna happen. Hi, Barry. Thanks for lurking. I hope you're doing well. I don't know, Kaylee. I don't know if I would say most people, but yeah, I know that some people definitely didn't realize that that laugh was supposed to be super awkward. I actually try to mention that every once in a while when it comes up, that it's you know, obviously a very infamous laugh, but it was supposed to be terrible. It was supposed to sound forced, and the fact that Titus forced himself to laugh was what made Yuna, like, actually laugh. You don't know why they won't make FF7 remakes? That's because they're busy with the FF7 one right now, to be honest, Fighter Mage Thief. If the 7 remake does really well, especially with Octopath doing so well, I wouldn't really throw it out of the cards. You know what I'm saying? I just think right now they have, like, they already have a bunch of stuff on their plate. I am really looking forward to the 7 remake. I'm very excited for it. It looks very, very good. Oh, plus, even if they are secretly working on it, they wouldn't want to announce anything about it because it would take away hype from 7. So they'll wait. They did the same thing with Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy 7. That's why they split them up so much, because they didn't want to pull separate. They didn't want to pull interest away from one or the other. Oh my god, the battle theme for the remake is a banger. Hi Goose, how are you today? Did I see the thing that Trop did with that? Wait, what? Thing that Trop did with what? What did I miss? You saw photos from Jump Fiesta in Japan and they had a Hardy Day Toyota you could take photos on? Oh, that's really cool. Trop made a Final Fantasy X thing for Brian. Oh, wait, yes! I did see that. I think I saw it in Discord. The Que? Was that the Que one? Oh, it definitely was, Meander. Honestly, the, you can look on YouTube for the laugh. Comparison. It'll do it in English and then the Japanese voice actor. The Japanese laugh is actually even more awkward. It's even better. Hi, Battery. Hi, Lindsay. How are you guys doing? Hardy Daytona. I was like, I think you mean Hardy Daytona. No worries. I can't type or actually say words properly, so you're fine. Are you ready? I am ready. I saved my game and then wandered around lost for 20 minutes. I'm ready.
Our comrades in Nisan will hit the Western Guard in Kislev uniforms as planned. We'll wait for the right moment, then head for the palace in the Yggdrasil. Got it, but avoid any unnecessary deaths. This especially goes for the Avad troops and also the people from Gebler. Yes, we understand.
I guess I'm going to raise some hell in my Weltall then.
We're counting on ya.
Oh yeah, RE3 is going to be in the RE2 remake style from what we've heard. I actually really like the way Jill looks too. You pre-ordered the FF15 novel? Oh, it's supposed to come out in summer. Nice. I'm actually probably gonna pick that one up because some of the DLC that got canceled will actually be in the novel as well. Like the Luna Freya one. This game is a heck of a time. Oh yeah, I love the combat system. This is my first time playing this one, Crunkman. I'm really enjoying it so far. Next time we meet, I won't be able to call you Bart or Young Master. Maybe Your Majesty?
Cut it out! Bart's fine, Great Mother of Nisan.
Hey! You know I hate that title!
Well, we're out of here.
Okay, good luck! Thanks, Margie. Hey, Slayer. Yeah, I do like the Desert Pirates. So far, anyway. How you doing, Termit? Every time you hear those two new swears from Final Fantasy Tactics, I think we've had a couple other people say similar things. Marguerite and Bartholomew. Seeing you two brings my hopes up. Long ago, before the Fatimas of Vevey were called Fatima, the royal brothers and their wives oversaw many prosperous reigns or eras. I'm looking forward to the day when, as the great mother of the San sect, you will take your place on the throne as Bartholomew's wife.
Wait, what?
What? Hey, hold on! I hate talking about queens and romance. Bart and I are best friends.
Marriage is the best friendship. Well, Marguerite, at the rate that you're maturing into a beautiful woman, I don't think Bart will be able to ignore you much longer.
Stop it! You're embarrassing me! Hey! Men and women can be just friends. You back the heck up, Sister Agnes. Just because you're a nun doesn't mean I won't fight you over this. Each squad of gears take off in order from here to avoid being picked up. We'll meet at the Rockies by the border tomorrow at 1200. Got it? Okay. The time has finally come. I'm pumped. He's pumped.
Though the warship is outdated, you're only going in as a small unit. It's gonna be a tough fight, but you can change Yvette's future. I'm counting on you.
Leave it up to us, young master. We'll drag Vanderkamp's tail around and 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 around circles. Right, son? Don't call me son, because you sure ain't my pops. Huh? Ha!
Well, young master, we promised to make something out of this battle.
Okay. I'll bust out my nunchucks. I don't know, Joel. To be honest, I feel like it's just a few people are really loud about their dislike of FF15, but I really don't know that many people that like flat out hate it. I, for one, loved 15. I loved it. Is it a perfect game? No, but I loved it. I actually would like to replay it now that all the DLC is out, and they added more stuff to some of the chapters, because I played it like a month after it came out, and I played episode Ignis, Gladio, and Prompto, but I didn't play any of the other stuff. Like, I still haven't played episode Arden, because I felt like it's been so long since I've played the game that I might as well replay it. Yeah, like, 13 was, I feel like most of the hate that happened about 13 was that they changed the combat system, and like people were still in that like wanting the old turn-based. I don't know, like is 13 one of my favorites? No, but I still liked it. I found many things to enjoy about 13. Like, it's one of those things where it definitely takes a bit too long to really get into the good stuff, but it's not a bad game. Hi, Chrono, how you doing? You love 15 as well, Razio? You'll be replaying it before oh, you're gonna replay it before the 7 remake releases. Nice! Yeah, Mitsuda composed this. Absolutely. You played Final Fantasy 15 Royal and it was very good. Yeah, I wanna play the Royal version. I have it on Steam now. I did do some of the secret stuff in 15 Caelid. I don't think I did all of it. Though I definitely don't want to go into detail in case we have folks that haven't played 15. Yeah, I actually really like Vanille's character in 13. Oh, you're also planning on playing Persona 5 Royal? Nice. I love Persona 5. Royal looks really good too. A lot of people really like 13 too over the original 13 Meander. I got about halfway through it and I got stuck on something and then stopped. 6 months later, forgot everything about how to play the game and never finished it. So I eventually want to play that one too. Hi, Barry! Hi, how you doing today?
Faye, it's odd for me to say this since I'm the one who got you involved, but be careful, okay?
You too.
If anything happens to me, take care of Margie and them for me.
Don't jinx yourself. It's not like you. But I'll take care of them. Don't worry. Don't worry. Nope, I have not played Lightning Returns, actually. Let's see, the only numbered Final Fantasies I haven't played are Actual 2, Actual 3. I never finished 13-2, and I have not played 13-3. Hi, Balthazar, welcome back! I hope you like Star Wars. No, Kaylin, it's not. It has additional content, but it's the same game. It's just with like a bunch of extras. There's like a whole bunch of extra stuff in it. At least from what I read. There is like a Persona 5S that's a separate game. Yeah. You might be thinking of Persona S? I think that's what it's called. It's like a totally separate game. Because there is one that's a completely different game. It was definitely a movie and you watched it. These are facts. These are facts. 13-2 did have some really good music. Oh yeah, Persona 5 Scramble. Yeah, the Dynasty Warrior style game.
Oh, aren't you going to rest up a little?
Sure. I will definitely save my game, that's for sure. Saving my game on a separate slot. Do not pursue Lu-Bu.
Do not pursue Lu-Bu.
So yeah, I thought we were gonna be Faye and run off, but now I am Satan instead.
At long last, we are heading to Bledavik tomorrow. Though he is the prince, our young master doesn't know the royal capital very well. I'd always felt that was an awful pity, but despite that, I tried my best to raise him as crown prince. However, looking back, I might have put too much of the burdens of kingship on him too early in life. And it might have been too much for a child with a future like his to handle. I must be the most terrible minder ever.
Oh, I highly doubt that.
My dear Lord Nisan, I hardly think that is right. The young one would have taken the burden off of himself had he not wanted to bear it any longer. He is a fine man now, far capable of handling any such burdens or pressures. And I believe you are the very ones who have given him the strength to do so. Oh, my good Dr. Azuki. Oh, I don't want to buy anything. I just wanted to talk to you because I thought you might have stuff to say, and I was right. I hope I can be of such service again. Bum, 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 bum. Hardcore indeed. You confused it too. Oh yeah, no worries, Caleb. I know, like, when they were announcing stuff, I was really confused too. But yeah, Persona 5 Royal is supposed to be regular Persona 5, but with a bunch of extra stuff. Like, I think there's a new character, some new storyline stuff. I don't know a whole lot of detail, but basically a ton of extra content. No, this isn't where I came from. Let's go up the elevator. I do too, Raziel. It's such good music. Oh yeah, I already talked to Bingo. Wait, what is this over here? You know, I don't want to see your notes. I have actually already read those. Preparing a desert. Oh, I don't know why I said desert instead of dessert. Yes, you have prepared a whole desert. You prepared a dessert for your family's Christmas party tomorrow. Nice, Nehru. What did you make? If the young master became the king tomorrow, what would happen to us? I'm tired of being a soldier. I want to start a business or something. If I didn't have this wound. You can do it! Finally, tomorrow is the day for the blood-blowing, flesh falling. No, I mean the blood-boiling, flesh-dancing battle to recapture the capital, right? Okay. Still, this is weird. And I don't appreciate the way that you're phrasing things, because, it makes me uncomfortable. Professor, we have a big job to do tomorrow. Even if you can't sleep, you should at least lie down. Actually, I'm too excited to go to sleep myself. Satan's gonna stay up all night. No, we probably should not do that. I mean, I feel like there must be a reason why we're walking around as him. I just don't know what it is. It's not like I'm being made to stand here as punishment for not obeying lights out or anything like that, is it? Beyond this door is a gear hanger. No, I know that. I actually did kind of want to go to the gear hanger. Sometimes soon you'll try and share the recipe too. Oh, you made little pies with things with cream cheese, vanilla, and a copious amounts of powdered sugar with a crust made from cake mix. That sounds delicious. Hi, Cosplay. Welcome back. You know, we're gonna go fight some dudes in our gear, and we're currently running around as Satan. Should be fun. What do you want to do with your gear? I didn't even know this guy was here, so, I don't have any money now, so I can't afford to buy anything for our gear, so I just,
Just have to hope what we have is enough. Hi, Phoenix. I'm actually enjoying Xenogears a lot. Nope, this is my very first one. My first Xeno game. First playthrough of it. Super totally blind. Do I still have the radish? Yes. I kept that radish. Ooh, there's our stuffed animal friends.
It's too noisy. Is it some kind of festival?
No, we're getting ready for war. Dang it, no, I keep accidentally talking to that guy, forgetting that I absolutely did talk to him before. Yeah, I named him Ollie. Hi, everyone. How you doing? Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this so far. As usual, I am very lost. But it's alright. That's just part of the game. It's fine. You know, as we learn from Bart, you know, we have a big problem. Big problem. But it's fine. We're gonna fix it with robots. We're fixing it with robots. Ooh, is that whiskey over there? I sound like Dr. Steele now. Hi, Trigo. How you doing? Hi, NHL. Welcome back. How are you? Yep, we got a big old full screen problem. Let's climb the ladder, maybe. We haven't tried that. Aha! Found it. Oh yeah, I'm used to JRPGs that don't tell you where the heck you're supposed to go. That's part of the fun, right? We found it though, yay! I mean, you know, all you gotta do is just go to literally every single place on the ship and eventually you'll figure it out, right? Right.
Why such a glum face? Tomorrow's our first return to your castle in 12 years. Returning to the castle. After we get the royal palace back, I guess I'm gonna be the king. Not very suited for it, am I? You'll get used to it. Listen, Sig. Yes? I guess it really doesn't matter who the king is, does it? As long as it's a symbol of hope, right? Hope! Ha ha ha! Hope! Doesn't have to be me.
Sorry, old Danganronpa habits cropping back up. Oh, thanks, Lucia. Yeah, his name is Ollie. He's kind of like our mascot here. He is a cutie.
I was kidnapped by Solaris and brainwashed for use as a human guinea pig. But even they couldn't erase my desire to return home. Then I remembered you and Marguerite. Not as the royalty of our country, but just as normal children. I don't care about rebuilding a dynasty. I want to regain this kingdom because it belongs to you. Because it's your home. Because it's my home? Yes. For that, we must take Shakon down tomorrow. Am I correct? Right. Then let's do it. But first, I think you need to take a bath. A bath? You don't look like a king at all. You're facing the enemy's leader, so you must have a noble appearance. Hey, you just said it didn't matter whether I'm king or not. That is that. This is this.
You smell, Bart. That's what he's trying to say.
That someone was waiting for you. That one thought was all it took for you to regain yourself. You are a great man, Sigurd.
I love how as Satan we're always eavesdropping on people's personal moments so that we can learn about them. Uh-oh. I now have a concern. Shaka Khan? No, not Shaka Khan. Not Shaka Khan. Wait, these are the memories of Miang that I think we just went into, which is the same one that Ramses... Yeah, we saw this with Ramses earlier. This mysterious person destroying gears without even being inside one. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-dum. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good. That kind of looks a little like Weltall.
He's out of control. Stop him. I don't care how, just stop him.
Wait a minute. Was this at the beginning of the game? No one answered that question.
This can't be. Hell.
Ah! Oh, he yelled for me. Well, okay, the screen went red. That's bad. That's real bad. Yep, we were having a nightmare. It's fine. Miang will spoon you back to bed. It's fine, Ramses. It's fine. 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 Totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. See, the heartbeat stopped.
What's wrong? You look like you've just had a nightmare. It wasn't that same dream again, was it?
Look at those abs, though, man.
No, it was nothing. Car. Peeping is not very becoming, you know.
Hey! That's that guy that we saw at the beginning of the... Oh! That's that guy that was all creepy about our magic powers and how we weren't ready yet, but he was basically gonna come back to harvest us! I don't like this at all. I don't like this. Nope, 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 nobody, nope, nopes. Nope. No. I saw the boy that you're after fight in the tournament. Yup. That's why she knew us. I could tell right away. He resembles you greatly. I'm distraught. I am distraught. Okay, I think this is what I used for Groff's voice on the first day that we voiced him. Arctic Wolf!
Merry Christmas, Spoonee chat.
Arctic Wolves, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. I really appreciate that. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, my friend. I appreciate that. Thank you also for spreading around holiday emotes to folks. Hi, Rhinebug. Yeah, that's basically my face right now. I'm really uncomfortable. How are you? I said how. Also, thank you, Phoenix and Blackheart. I'm really glad you guys enjoyed the voices. Let's see if I can do this one properly.
You use the influence of the ministry to set you up with that man. I don't know what you are up to, but don't you dare think about plotting against me. You stay out of this.
Oh, I see the news has already reached you. As usual, you're the first to hear about everything. But don't worry. I won't steal your prized possession. I'll cooperate. Besides, you and I go back a long way. Really? 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 Do you? That's another big problem. Excuse me, I'm taking a note here. Oh? What's up? No, for a moment. Oh, shoot. I already forgot what voice I did for Franz. For a moment, I thought I caught someone. No, that's the pirate voice. What are you doing, Spoonee? I don't remember what voice. For a moment, I thought I caught some unnatural sounds. Yeah, that's a dolphin. Yep, that's a dolphin. We're near the capital. It's probably just some kind of ship from there. But it's not from the surface. It's from under the sand. Under the sand? This is the only sand cruiser in all of Aveh. We haven't heard anything about a new ship, even from the spies at Aveh Naval HQ. Oh no, there is absolutely no context for why there is literally a dolphin in the ship. I have no idea. I have no clue. We found him like 3 days ago, and I just sort of embraced the fact that he's a dolphin and he exists. And if you talk to him outside of these cutscenes, he will play a random sound for you from the game. True story.
Franz, can you try again and confirm what it is?
Yeah, the dolphin also works the sonar station. He 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 works the sonar station. Wait, no, whales and dolphins are different, though. I don't think Dory can help us here. Does sonar even work in sand? I don't know. I'm going to assume yes, because clearly this dolphin knows what he's doing.
I can't catch it again. It could have been a sand whale.
Wait, a sand... Oh, that's why you were saying you speak whale. Sand whale? Hello, sand whale. We come in peace. Please don't ruin my whole plan and push me back 20 hours in this RPG.
Young Master, I'm detecting an increase in the use of F-band.
Get your F's in the chat.
That's the Royal Capital's Defense Force frequency. There, on the surface layer, I'm detecting sounds of anchors being weighed in and engines being activated. The Royal Capital's defense fleet must be departing.
We also intercepted a transmission from the patrol at the border with Kislev. They're requesting immediate backup from the Royal Capital. Looks like we've really raised some hell at the border.
All right, we'll start. Ready the shuttle boats. When we land, hide the ship.
Young Master, I have an awfully bad feeling about this. Do be very careful.
It's all right, old Nisan.
Thank you, Chop. I'm glad you enjoy it. Oh, this guy. You just checked more of the PS Now library? They have Pillars of Eternity on there too? Cool. Have a good night, Metal. I appreciate that. You rest well. Why waste time developing an electronic sonar when you can just hire a dolphin?
What? This little girl's our commanding officer?
So I don't remember what voices I did for these guys.
She's thought to be an elite from that Uncut.
She returned single-handedly from the Kislev infiltration operation. And empty-handedly, I hear. No souvenirs for this commander, huh? Yeah, what a pretty face. She's not the soldier type.
You there! Is that how you address a superior officer? Remember your rank!
Oh, scary!
We don't care too much for rank. And we don't care much for rank, either. But just because you're beautiful doesn't mean you have to be cocky.
Huh, this starts just jealous.
What? I'm much prettier. How could I be jealous?
Hey, shut that perv up! He gives me the creeps! And that's how it is. So don't get it away, Miss Lieutenant.
It's pink! I like this one. It's a pink bug night. Also, I am now scared because Ellie said the next time we meet, we will be enemies, and it looks like this will be the next time we meet.
Anyway, let's get this thing moving. Can't tell what it could do just by looking at it. What kind of machine is this? I've never seen it before. It's a new model gear called Virage. That's for officers' use only. It said that people with normal mental power can't operate it. So she's still a Jugan regardless of having no ability?
Huh, this looks like fun. Let's see what she can do. Don't you insult Ellie. I will beat you up.
Metal Gear.
Dude, I didn't get enough water. You are welcome, battery. Happy to provide Metal Gear anytime. We'll have an exchange. I'll say Metal Gear that way for you anytime, as long as you say Nergagante. Head for the mountain peak. There's no time to waste. 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 Superman 64. No time to waste. No time to waste. Deploy. Okay. Time to punch stuff with giant robots. I am having flashbacks to Superman 64, Roga. The guy just said we have no time to waste, and I basically just sort of like immediately dove into saying no time to waste like 30 times in a row. It's ingrained in me. Hi, Roga. How are you doing today? I don't know where I'm supposed to be going exactly. I guess this way. I don't know. Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Creepy bug! Creepy bug! Demon Fang! Ow. Should be almost dead though, I think. No, maybe not. Oh, jeez. Dang it, I don't have anything to blind them this time. Yep, it's super creepy and gross. Yeah, it's like the giant bug is like riding on top of this gear. I don't know, it's really creepy. I don't like it. Bonk! Please stop attacking me with broccoli, thanks. Also, I just realized that I haven't saved. I should probably find a save point. I have absolutely no idea. No, that's a great question that I don't know the answer to. You're doing amazing. Your life's improving, and you really hope saying it out loud. Oh, doesn't jinx it. I'm sure it won't. I am glad to hear you're doing really well. I am also doing really well. Thank you for asking. I'm having a great day. I've been having a really nice time just hanging out and chatting with you guys today and playing a crap ton of Xenogears. I'm going to use one of those because I guess we didn't get healed. Yeah, they're really creepy obsidian. I'm with ya. I said I wanted a flying mech, not a meching fly! Soccer mom with clip-on sunglasses? Shoot, seriously, I have absolutely no idea where they want me to go. I think I might just run away from the mayfly if we run into another one, because otherwise we're gonna waste a bunch of fuel. I did miss the combat music, though. We hadn't heard it in a while. Hi, Vera. I unfortunately have no idea, but maybe someone in chat does? I will say from what I've heard, you're better off buying the PS4 or the PC version over the Switch one. Unless you just really want portability. Because from what I heard, the Switch version is just a straight up port of the PS3 version and not an actual full remaster. Yeah, full remaster. Alright, half my body's missing. Cool. Oh, nope, that's just the angle. Oh man, how come I can't get up there? Jumping and stuff and things. You do play Ni Kuni on PC but use a controller. What does the Northeast Quadrant being thick mean? I have no idea, to be honest. I just kind of made the assumption that maybe that meant that that's the direction we're supposed to go. But this entire area is kind of blocked off by rocks. So I'm not sure. So, I don't know. If somebody knows... If somebody in chat knows what that means, that it has that, like, thicker border around that particular quadrant of the compass, you can let me know. That's fine. Ooh, extra AR plus 2. And it's a mayfly. And I'm running away. Goodbye. Okay. I don't know, maybe I just needed to stay down here. Well, no, because this is where I started. This place is confusing. Yeah, hey chat. Would you guys, if anybody knows, like if you know Obsidian, feel free to explain what the border on the compass is. Because I don't think the game's explained, and I would like to know. I thought that it might mean that this is the direction I'm supposed to go, but I don't really know for sure. Oh, it's the range of your camera movement. Also, what the fudge is that? No. Absolutely not. Not fighting it. I don't think so. Get out of here. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, yep, that's about everywhere I can move my camera. Yeah, alright. So, those guys also all left. And I think I was supposed to follow them, and now I don't know where they went. Whoopsie doodles! Whoopsies! Yeah, they ditched me. To be fair, they probably thought I would be fine. They were wrong. They were wrong. Of course not, Caleb. They just immediately assumed that I would actually, you know where I'm going. Which is definitely not the case. Definitely not the case. And I can't really move my camera much. Yeah, okay. You can't even go that direction, so it's gotta be this way. Fine. We'll just keep walking. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna keep running away, though, because I'm trying to conserve my fuel. I already used a bunch of it. And I don't know if we're gonna get a refill before we get to where we're going. Oh my gosh! I get it! I get it! You're angry, robot! Please! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Wait, did he just refill my fuel? I think he just gave me more fuel. I think he gave me more fuel. That's pretty nice of it. You know what? Never mind, robot. You're pretty cool. Yeah, he's literally just like fixing me up. He's just fixing me. I didn't even know that that's what he did. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna just sit here and repair. Learning! Learning things! Yay! What a nice robot. Thank you, Mr. Robot. Okay, goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Oh, well, you know, in World of Warcraft, as a monk, you can punch people to heal them. So I guess it depends on the context, Aravan. Can I... Okay, I can get up there. Alright, I think I was supposed to go this way? It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Hi, Ollie. Do you know that it's almost midnight? Ollie's like, I am almost prepared to go to bed. Oh, hey, look. I think I found where we were supposed to go. Hooray! Slightly less lost. Yeah, I did play a little bit of WoW Classic when it came out. I played a mage named Kevin. I was a gnome. A female gnome named Kevin. It was fun. I got to like level 45. Me and my husband played it together for a while, and then we just got a little burnt out of the level 40s, and we haven't really gone back. Oh my goodness. I would like to escape this battle, please. Please, I want to escape. Thank you. Do you want to? I know! I've been too addicted to Destiny 2. Yeah, Angry Trees is my husband there in chat. We have been together for 11 years in February. Run. Why did I choose a gnome? Because I like gnomes. Gnomes are cute. Also, night elves can't be mages in classic WoW, so it was like that or being a human, and I didn't really want to make a human. Why Kevin? Oh, so that started from Trials of Mana, Sarth, because one of the characters in Trials of Mana. Okay, so in the beginning of Trials of Mana, you get to pick between 6 characters, and 5 of them have very fantasy-sounding names. And then one of them is named Kevin. And I absolutely lost it at the idea of the dude being named Kevin. So then everyone started making jokes that we should name everyone Kevin. So we started calling everyone in the game Kevin. So then when WoW Classic came out, I reserved the name Kevin. You did something bad? What did you do? And yeah, funny fact, I wish I had picked Kevin because he is actually the strongest character. Hi, Rydor. How are you doing today? Hi, Toffee. How you doing? Yay for treasure. Oh, that, yeah, I know. I don't want to go to that edge. That looks dangerous. You laughed so hard when I told you, oh yeah, that I sent you a screenshot of Kevin. I logged on to World of Warcraft the minute that they were doing the name reservations specifically to get Kevin. And the funny thing is, I actually did have someone message me a couple of days into playing going, oh my god, you got the name Kevin. My friend was trying to get that name. And then we had a good laugh about it. And they said they were glad that at least the person who got the name Kevin was actually playing. And so that makes me feel slightly bad about the fact that I'm not playing right now. But I did. I got good use out of Kevin. You're doing good, right? Or I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Pizza sounds good. Angry Trees, you can't just say that you did it bad and then literally say nothing else. You can't do that to us. Hi, Lysoring. How are you? You had pizza for dinner today? Nice. We got a gold nugget. Now this is Pokemon's. You had lots of coffee? So what you're saying is, let's stay up till 5 a.m. Oh my gosh, the Santa hat's perfect on Barb Blizz! That's so cute, Podstick. Hi, how you doing? Oh yeah, actually, Toffee, that's one of the reasons why. Okay, well, I did actually have. I had a monster, some new kind that like doesn't have sugar in it, and that was fine, surprisingly. But like the regular monsters, I literally would drink half of it and start to get shaky and sick. So I can't drink the regular ones at all. Damn, this is a Wendy's. Bardu Woo with it looks good too. The Parabot, I seem to have become a little lost in here. Oh, and I saw some really strong looking gears flying around above here. By the way, I found these things during my travels. See anything you like? Ooh, gear parts. I like how there was one that says can't trust you. have no idea, Arctic Wolf. I would literally have to check the back of one. I don't know offhand, I'm sorry. Although you probably could Google it, actually. Dang it! These are all for Bart. Hey, I have 1776. Okay, no, I guess we'll tune up. Oh, dude, I barely can't buy any of this stuff either. That gives us a lot more health. Oh, man. I kind of want to farm money. Guys, I kind of want to farm money. Let's see. Oh, shoot! I could sell the gold nugget! I forgot that that is literally just used for it. I like how I literally just picked that up and I was like, completely forgetting about it. Let's sell the gold nugget! Yay! Trade in the radish for a new engine. Okay, I think I have to go here to sell that stuff, though. It does not seem to contain some. I didn't think so. That would suck. We're Animal Crossing now! But that doesn't come out till March. Is it March yet? Mini gear, toy gun. Wait, where'd it go? Oh. I have 2 gold nuggets! Yay! Money! Hey chat! Scales. Useful or sell? Because I don't remember. Hi, Gigantus. Yep, March is also Final Fantasy VII Remake, which, by the way, I keep mentioning this, but in March, I'm actually doing 2 12-hour streams. One 12-hour release stream for Final Fantasy VII Remake, and one 12-hour release stream for Animal Crossing New Horizons. You guys don't have to weigh my options. Do I need to weigh things? Oh, I guess I didn't think about whether or not they are scales to weigh things or like fish scales. I have no idea. Buy juice does? It makes you feel awful after a single sip. Oh, man. Yep. Animal Crossing is March 20th, 2020. Do I, do I have a capture card for my PSP? I have a PSP. And I think I have the stuff for it, but I haven't tried, to be honest. I have not actually tried. I don't know. I see a few cells, but I feel like I want to read the description, and I think I think I have enough money, so I'm gonna hold off for now. Thank you, guys. And I don't remember which of these I can sell either. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna wait on that. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade Weltall. Of course it will say storing. It's supposed to be like the entire first disc. Or at least all of Midgar. Yeah, it's gonna have more than 12 hours of gameplay. Because you gotta keep in mind, the reason why it's episodic is they're adding in a bunch of stuff they wish they could have put into the original. boop, 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 ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da. Cue parts. Let's do it. I mean, hey, I'm cool with 40 hours of just Midgard. That sounds awesome. That sounds great. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna upgrade our engine as well. Or I think that's an upgrade. It has a higher number, so... Oh, yeah, because we have... That's right, the number actually displays essentially the amount of whatever that is. I do like that. Even if they change the letters, the number is the same. Okay, cool. So I think I bought all the upgrades for Weltall, which is all I'm super concerned about right now. Might as well restore HP and stuff. Yay! Let's see, Heimdall and Brigadier. I don't know if I want to spend the money to upgrade them just yet. I think I'm gonna save my money because I mean, I'm sure it will eventually be good for me to upgrade them, but I'm gonna save it for right now. I believe it's supposed to be 3 parts, Crunkman, from what they've said. But I'm sure we'll probably have more info once the first part comes out. Oh, did they say they don't even know how many parts? Yeah, I feel like 3 would be a solid number, but I imagine it's going to depend on how things pan out, too. Oh, really? I actually have Star Ocean 2 on PlayStation 1, Toffee. I don't think I have the first game, but I do have the second one. Oh, no, 7 was 3 discs. And technically the last disc was basically just the last, like, dungeon area. But then with all the, like, world map information and stuff, too, so you could do the optional in-game things. Oh, yeah, and the first game's being remastered for Star Ocean. Okay. I think that this is probably a good place to call it a night for Xenogears. Because it's a little bit after 12. It's pretty much my pumpkin time. I think if we go past this, we're probably going to get into more fighting and story and stuff. And then, you know, we'll be here till 2 a.m. and I am hungry. Thank you guys so much for joining me today.